forum to the letter of the President of the General Assembly at its 77th session, dated 17th July 2023, by which participating states were invited to express the interest of their head of state or government to serve as a co-moderator for a leaders' dialogue. In this connection, I am pleased to inform the forum that I have appointed as co-moderators for Leaders Dialogue 1, Her Excellency Katalin Novak, President of Hungary, and His Excellency Kasim Jomart Tokayev, President of the Republic of Kazakhstan. For Leaders Dialogue 2, His Excellency Andrzej Duda, President of the Republic of Poland, and His Excellency Philip J. Pierre, Prime Minister of St. Lucia. For Leaders Dialogue 3, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, and Her Excellency Nataša Pirc Musar, President of the Republic of Slovenia. For Leaders Dialogue 4, His Excellency Mark Brown, Prime Minister of the Cook Islands, and Her Excellency Mette Frederiksen, Prime Minister of Denmark. For Leaders Dialogue 5, Her Excellency Katrin Jakobsdottir, Prime Minister of Iceland, and His Excellency Filipe Jacinto Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique. And for Leaders Dialogue 6, His Excellency Macky Sall, President of the Republic of Senegal, and His Excellency Ulf Kristersson, Prime Minister of Sweden. I thank them for taking on this important role and wish all participants every success in the deliberations. In accordance with the program of work, Leaders Dialogue 1 will begin at 10:30 a.m. in the Trusteeship Council chamber. There will be a short overlap with the plenary meeting so that all group statements can be heard. Allow me now to deliver my opening statement from the rostrum. Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellency Ms. Paula Narvaez, President of the Economic and Social Council, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and guests. It is an honor to welcome you to the 2023 High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development, the SDG Summit. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, adopted unanimously by all United Nations member states in 2015, constitutes a global call to action to banish poverty from our societies, protect and preserve our planet, and to ensure prosperity for all. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals serve as a beacon of hope and a roadmap for common action to create a more equitable, more just, and more sustainable world. Now, at the midway point, it is essential that we take stock of our progress and assess the remaining challenges that confront us. Such assessment is a necessary basis for charting a course of success to ensure that we, the United Nations, keep faith with the bold undertaking we gave to the world in 2015, that no one is left behind. Today's summit therefore provides a unique platform for us to recommit to the 2030 agenda. I therefore encourage you to use this opportunity for peer learning, to share your experiences, forge partnerships, and put forth innovative ideas that can help drive meaningful change. However, let us be clear, Excellencies. A combination of factors, including the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, impacts of climate change, and the war in Ukraine, have presented a series of complex and intersecting crises. And while this has dramatically altered the trajectory of the entire world, it is, as is too often the case, those in the most precarious circumstances who are already most vulnerable suffer the most. This includes countries in special situations. To reduce hunger being at the core of this agenda, alarming 1.2 billion people were still living in multi-dimensional poverty as of 2022. It is estimated that approximately 8% of global population, or 680 million people, will still be facing hunger in 2030. Can we accept these numbers? Or, because they make us uncomfortable, should we pretend they do not exist and carry on with business as usual? Surely we cannot. To do so would amount to being reckless. Rather, we must do more to lift people sustainably out of poverty and hunger, not merely because it is the right thing to do in the name of humanity, but also because to do nothing would be to fan the flames of discord and conflict with well-known terrible consequences. Excellencies, while there have been setbacks, we cannot relent in our resolve and determination to do our utmost to rescue the SDGs, as we have been challenged by the Secretary General. The fact that we are lagging in our promise cannot be the death knell of our blueprint, nor should this summit be a forum to point fingers, apportion blame, and certainly not to accept defeat. Instead, bold and transformative actions must be prioritized to support the well-being of our global constituents, particularly those left farthest behind. This is our moment to rededicate ourselves to the SDGs and to reinvigorate progress across the entirety of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The 2023 Global Sustainable Development Report outlines clear steps in that regard. It recommends an ambitious SDG push scenario to improve social protection, strengthen governance, promote a green economy, and address digital disruption while improving access to quality education and healthcare in a human rights setting. With concerted, ambitious action, it is still possible that by 2030, we could lift 124 million additional people out of poverty and ensure that some 113 million fewer people are malnourished. Such achievements would also generate gains across the other goals related to health, nutrition, and education. Adequate investment in the SDGs is therefore a win-win for all, with cross-cutting and knock-on benefits reverberating across the globe, positively impacting every society and every community. Excellencies, I urge you to make this strategic investment in the SDGs through effective domestic resource mobilization, accompanied by fulfillment of the targets set for the inflow of official development assistance and productive partnerships with the private sector. We must reform the international financial architecture to promote affordable, stable, long-term financing for sustainable development across the global south, where development has been in perpetual deficit. The Financing for Development Dialogue and the Summit of Future are both key opportunities to continue pushing this reform agenda, bearing in mind the urgent need to address the worsening gap for financing the SDGs. Excellencies, by delivering meaningful change to the lives of so many, we can demonstrate that the UN not only hears the demands of those in difficult situations, but more importantly, that these needs will not go unmet. Renewed faith in us by the many who depend on us will help to restore our credibility, trust, and ultimately a sense of confidence that UN-led multilateralism delivers. We must remember the world is watching. Our 8 billion constituents are looking to us for a signal that we will keep our promises and that we are alive to the reality that we have only 7 years left before 2030. They want and deserve full reassurance that we altogether recognize the circumstantial setbacks that so many have experienced and continue to endure, and that we stand ready to support them in their time of acute need. And most importantly, that we see the heightened sense of urgency, and we are all prepared as world leaders gather here today to raise our ambition and recommit to meaningfully delivering the 2030 Agenda and its 17 SDGs. With that in mind, I challenge you all to demonstrate emboldened leadership by using this summit to announce groundbreaking commitments to support and to complete the 2030 Agenda. I call for your support to the political declaration, negotiations for which were skillfully led by Qatar and Ireland, to whom I extend my grateful thanks and that of the membership. I sincerely believe that the declaration represents the most ideal common denominator for the overwhelming majority of members. Adoption of a strong declaration at this summit will herald the start of a new phase of accelerated progress to achieve the SDGs by 2030. As we navigate the challenges ahead, the SDGs to deliver peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability sustainability for all peoples everywhere. As the late former Secretary General Kofi Annan once said, we must work tirelessly to achieve a better world that is free from fear and free from want. I thank you. It is now my honor to invite His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, to deliver a statement.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. 8 years ago, Member States gathered in the hall to adopt the Sustainable Development Goals. With the world watching, including 193 young people in the balcony holding blue lamps of hope, you made a solemn promise. A promise to build a world of health, progress and opportunity for all. A promise to leave no one behind. And a promise to pay for it. This was not a promise made to one another as diplomats from the comfort of this chamber. It was always a promise to people. People crushed under the grinding wheels of poverty. People starving in a world of plenty. Children denied a seat in a classroom. Families fleeing conflict, seeking a better life. Parents watching helplessly as their children die of preventable disease. People losing hope because they can't find a job or a safety net when they need it. Entire communities literally on devastation's doorstep because of changing climate. So the SDGs aren't just a list of goals. They carry the hopes, dreams, rights and expectations of people everywhere. And they provide the surest path to living up to our obligations under the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, now in its 75th year. Yet today, only 15% of the targets are on track, and many are going in reverse. Instead of leaving no one behind, we risk leaving the SDGs behind. So, Excellencies, the SDGs need a global rescue plan. And I'm deeply encouraged by the detailed and wide-ranging draft political declaration under consideration here today, especially its commitment to improving developing countries' access to the fuel required for SDG progress, finance. This includes clear support for an SDG stimulus of at least $500 billion a year, as well as an effective debt relief mechanism that supports payment suspensions, longer lending terms, and lower rates. It includes a call to recapitalize and change the business model of multilateral development banks so they can massively leverage private finance at affordable rates to benefit developing countries. And it includes the endorsement of the need to reform the international financial architecture that I consider outdated, dysfunctional, and unfair. This can be a game changer in accelerating SDG progress. I have been calling for a new Bretton Woods moment and the development of practical solutions by the Summit of the Future next September. But countries can act right now to get the SDGs on track. Together with businesses and financial institutions, local authorities, the UN development system and more, you have helped point the way with high-impact initiatives to support 6 targeted areas where urgent transitions are needed. First, we must take action on hunger. In our world of plenty, hunger is a shocking stain on humanity and an epic human rights violation. It is an indictment of every one of us that millions of people are starving in this day and age. Building on July's Food Systems Summit stocktake, we are marshalling finance, science, data, innovations, and policy and governance support to help countries transform food systems so all people can access a healthy and nutritious diet. Second, the transition to renewable energy isn't happening fast enough. We are putting forward new energy compacts in which government, businesses, and global organizations join forces to invest in decarbonizing energy systems and ensuring a just and equitable transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy. Third, the benefits and opportunities of digitalization are not being spread widely enough. To close the divide, we have launched an initiative to spur digital transformation across 100 countries, supporting stronger technology capacities, better governance, and innovative financing. Our proposed Global Digital Compact will also help countries build safe digital systems that provide internet access for all, including students in hard-to-reach communities. Quatrièmement, trop d'enfants et de jeunes pâtissent d'une éducation de mauvaise qualité ou ne reçoivent aucune éducation. Nous devons bâtir de véritables sociétés apprenantes, ancrées dans une éducation de qualité et notamment sur la formation continue dès le plus jeune âge et tout au long de la vie, réduisant la fracture numérique et soutenant les enseignants à chaque étape. Un groupe émergent de pays pionniers montre la voie pour stimuler les investissements et transformer les systèmes éducatifs du monde entier. Cinquièmement, chaque personne a besoin d'un travail décent et d'une protection sociale. Grâce à la collaboration avec les gouvernements et le secteur privé, notre accélérateur mondial pour l'emploi et la protection sociale pour des transitions justes vise à créer 400 millions de nouveaux emplois décents, en particulier dans l'économie verte, les services à la personne et l'économie numérique, ainsi qu'à étendre la protection sociale à plus de 4 milliards de personnes. Les investissements dans la protection sociale doivent massivement augmenter. Sixièmement, la guerre menée contre la nature doit cesser. Nous devons mettre fin à la triple crise planétaire du changement climatique, de la pollution et de la perte de biodiversité. Nous mettons sur pied un groupe de pays champions qui étudiera les mesures à prendre pour réformer les politiques économiques et placer la nature et la biodiversité au cœur de toute décision. Le besoin d'assurer une égalité totale entre les hommes et les femmes est au cœur de toutes ces transitions. Il est grand temps de mettre fin à la discrimination, de garantir la pleine participation des femmes et des filles à la prise de décision et de mettre fin au fléau des violences fondées sur le genre. Excellences, à mi-parcours de l'échéance pour la réalisation des objectifs de développement durable, les yeux du monde sont de nouveau rivés sur vous. Au cours du week-end, des jeunes et des groupes de la société civile se sont rendus à l'ONU ou défilés à travers le monde pour réclamer une action urgente. L'heure est venue de prouver que vous êtes à leur écoute. Nous pouvons réussir si nous agissons maintenant, si nous agissons ensemble, si nous tenons notre promesse envers les milliards de personnes dont les espoirs, les rêves et l'avenir sont entre vos mains. L'heure est venue et je vous remercie.
I thank the Secretary General for his statement. I now invite Her Excellency Paola Narvaez, President of the 2024 session of the Economic and Social Council, to deliver a statement.
Señor Presidente de la Asamblea General, señor Secretario General, distinguidas jefas y jefes de Estado y de Gobierno, Excelencias, distinguidas delegadas y delegados, señoras y señores. A mitad de camino en la implementación de la Agenda 2030, como sabemos, hemos dejado de avanzar y en muchos casos estamos retrocediendo en el cumplimiento de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. El planeta sigue devastado por los efectos del cambio climático. Las catástrofes, cada vez más frecuentes y graves, dificultan la recuperación de todos, especialmente de las personas y los países vulnerables. Mientras tanto, a la arquitectura financiera internacional le está costando hacer frente a la crisis actual y adaptarse a ella. Los países que ya se encontraban en situación de sobreendeudamiento se han visto aún más afectados a causa de los costos económicos y financieros que deben enfrentar para recuperarse de la pandemia y hacer frente a los desastres climáticos. La brecha digital, cada vez mayor, agudiza las desigualdades y específicamente la desigualdad de género sigue minando los progresos. La consecución de la igualdad de género y el empoderamiento de todas las mujeres y las niñas es contribución decisiva para el progreso de todos los objetivos y metas de la Agenda 2030. Las mujeres y las niñas deben tener igual acceso a una educación de calidad, a los recursos económicos y a la participación política, así como a las mismas oportunidades en el empleo, el liderazgo y la adopción de decisiones a todos los niveles. Nos enfrentamos a múltiples crisis que dificultan aún más el desarrollo sostenible. Sin embargo, debemos dar espacio a las voluntades y compromisos, también con optimismo, para implementar las acciones, para avanzar en la consecución de los ODS y reforzar nuestra determinación colectiva de trabajar por los ideales que el desarrollo sostenible ofrece a nuestros pueblos y nuestro planeta. Hoy es un día para que todos nos volvamos a comprometer. La declaración política es un testimonio del compromiso inquebrantable de nuestros líderes con la implementación eficaz de la Agenda 2030 y sus ODS y la defensa de todos los principios consagrados en ella. Reconoce nuestra necesidad colectiva de adoptar medidas inmediatas con respecto a los 17 objetivos. Esperamos con interés su adopción para guiar nuestros esfuerzos de implementación en los próximos años. Al mismo tiempo, el diálogo de alto nivel sobre la financiación para el desarrollo se centrará en la necesidad de contar con una arquitectura financiera internacional que pueda responder tanto a nuestras necesidades actuales como a los retos que se vislumbran en el horizonte. Por último, la cumbre sobre la ambición climática brinda la oportunidad de lograr avances significativos en la acción para el clima y realizar esfuerzos más oportunos y específicos. Esta semana debería marcar un punto de inflexión para rescatar los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. No podemos dejar que se nos escape esta oportunidad. Como presidenta del Consejo Económico y Social, me comprometo a utilizar el periodo de sesiones de 2024 para aprovechar los resultados de la cumbre sobre los ODS, así como de las demás reuniones de alto nivel que se celebran esta semana. El Consejo Económico y Social, con sus diversos segmentos, foros y órganos subsidiarios, está listo para apoyar los esfuerzos de los países para convertir los compromisos en acciones para hacer realidad la Agenda 2030 para el desarrollo sostenible. El objetivo del Consejo será proporcionar una orientación de políticas transformadoras, reforzando al mismo tiempo su papel como plataforma de rendición de cuentas para que el apoyo del sistema de las Naciones Unidas para el desarrollo sea mejor y más rápido. En definitiva, todos debemos asumir un compromiso pleno, un diálogo constructivo y elevar nuestras ambiciones, contando con la importante participación y visión de la sociedad civil y otras partes interesadas. Solo así podremos asegurarnos de que se produzcan las transformaciones necesarias. La fuerza del multilateralismo puede ayudarnos a encontrar formas de cooperar en estos tiempos de crisis. Espero, con mucho interés, conocer las ideas innovadoras y los compromisos de acción que presentarán en los próximos días. Con responsable entusiasmo, agradezco formar parte de la transformación que hará del desarrollo sostenible no solo nuestro objetivo, sino nuestra realidad. Muchas gracias.
I thank the President of the Economic and Social Council for his statement. The Forum will now consider Agenda Item 4, entitled Adoption of the Political Declaration of the High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development. The Forum has before it document A/HLPF/2023/L1, containing a draft resolution entitled Political Declaration of the High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development, convened under the auspices of the General Assembly. Before proceeding to action, I wish to recall that, in accordance with paragraph 6D of General Assembly Resolution 67/290, the meetings of the Forum shall result in a concise, negotiated political declaration to be submitted for the consideration of the Assembly. I would like to thank all states for their constructive participation in the complex negotiations on the draft political declaration. The Forum shall now proceed to consider draft resolution A/HLPF/2023/L1. The Forum will now take a decision on draft resolution A/HLPF/2023/L1 entitled Political Declaration of the High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development, convened under the auspices of the General Assembly. May I take it that the Forum wishes to adopt the draft political declaration contained in document A/HLPF/2023/L1, which, pursuant to General Assembly Resolution 67/290, I will then submit for the formal consideration of the Assembly. I hear no objection. The draft political declaration is adopted. Pursuant to Assembly Resolution 67/290, I will submit the political declaration just adopted for the consideration of the Assembly. I thank the co-facilitators of the draft political declaration, His Excellency Fergal Maithen, Permanent Representative of Ireland to the United Nations, and Her Excellency Alia Ahmed Saif Al Thani, Permanent Representative of the State of Qatar to the United Nations, for conducting open, transparent, and inclusive consultations, and their steadfast stewardship of the process. I also wish to thank my predecessor, the President of the General Assembly, at its 77th session, His Excellency Chaba Korosi, for his hard work, for his hard and insightful work on the political declaration. I now
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سعادة السيد دينيس فرانسيس رئيس الدورة 78 للجمعية العامة، سعادة السيد أنطونيو غوتيريش الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة، الحضور الكرام، يسعدني المشاركة في الجلسة الافتتاحية لقمة أهداف التنمية المستدامة، والتي تمثل فرصة سانحة لإعادة إحياء الأمل نحو تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة لعام 2030. وأود أن أرحب باعتماد الإعلان السياسي للقمة، ويسرني أنه قد عهدت إلى سعادة الشيخة عليا آل ثاني المندوب الدائم لدولة قطر لدى الأمم المتحدة مسؤولية تيسير المفاوضات الحكومية بشأن الإعلان السياسي، إلى جانب سعادة المندوب الدائم لجمهورية إيرلندا لدى الأمم المتحدة. نجتمع هنا اليوم ونحن نمر في مرحلة بالغة الأهمية من تنفيذ أهداف التنمية المستدامة، ويجمعنا هدف مشترك، وهو التصدي للتحديات الأكثر إلحاحاً التي تواجه شعوب العالم من نزاعات مسلحة وأزمات مرتبطة بالأمن الغذائي وتغير المناخ. وغني عن القول أن الالتزام بحل الخلافات بالطرق السلمية والحوار القائم على الاحترام هي السبل المثلى نحو ضمان الحفاظ على مكتسبات التنمية حول العالم. لذا ينبغي لنا أن نعطي الأولوية لتنفيذ تدابير وإجراءات فعالة وفقاً للقانون الدولي تزيل الصعوبات التي تعوق الحق في تقرير المصير لمن يعيشون تحت الاحتلال الأجنبي، وعلى رأسهم الشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق. كما أنه من المهم تجنب أي إجراءات قد تقوض من قدرات الدول النامية على تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة، بما في ذلك فرض تدابير قسرية على نحو يتنافى مع ميثاق الأمم المتحدة ومبادئ القانون الدولي. السيد الرئيس، يجدر بنا في هذه المناسبة التأكيد على أن الاستثمار في مستقبل شبابنا هو مهمة تقع على عاتقنا جميعاً، ومن خلال تثمين آراء الشباب وتمكين النساء والفتيات وإشراكهم في عمليات صنع القرار يمكننا بناء مجتمعات أكثر شمولية واستدامة. إن الدور الحيوي الذي تقوم به دولة قطر في مجال التنمية عالمياً، وتحديداً في قطاع التعليم، يعزز رؤية الدولة في التنمية البشرية، ونحن ملتزمون بدعم تنفيذ برنامج عمل الدوحة لصالح أقل البلدان نمواً، إدراكاً منا للتحديات التي تواجهها تلك البلدان. وما تزال دولة قطر ملتزمة بمواءمة خططها الإنمائية الوطنية مع مبادئ أهداف التنمية المستدامة، فقد جعلت قطر تغير المناخ أولوية القصوى، واتخذت تدابير هامة لتطوير التقنيات المتصلة به. السيد الرئيس، في الختام نذكر بأن الطريق نحو بناء عالم جديد أكثر أماناً وعدلاً وحرية يكمن في تحقيق التضامن الإنساني الدولي معاً. يمكننا تحويل التزاماتنا إلى أفعال وجعل خطة عام 2030 حقيقة واقعة. وشكراً لكم.
I thank the Prime Minister and the Minister for Foreign Affairs of the State of Qatar for his statement. I next invite His Excellency Leo Varadkar, Taoiseach of Ireland, to make a statement.
President of the General Assembly, Heads of State and Government, Secretary General, Excellencies, dear friends. As we stand here together, halfway to the deadline of 2030, there's no hiding the fact that we're not where we would wish to be. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals are an urgent and universal call to action to end poverty, to protect the planet, and to improve the lives and prospects of everyone, everywhere on our world. And yet at this midpoint, we know that only about 15% of our targets are being met. Yes, our efforts have been pushed off track by a global pandemic, by conflict, including Russia's invasion of Ukraine, by food and energy crises, and by the increasing pace and intensity of extreme weather events linked to climate change. But we should also acknowledge that progress had stalled before the pandemic arrived. As leaders, our drive to achieve the goals has not been as strong or as focused as it should have been. We've lost time, but I, for one, have not lost hope. Saying that we've not made as much progress as we should have is not the same as saying we haven't made any progress at all. As the 2023 SDG report says, more than 800 million people around the world have been connected to electricity since 2015. That's a huge number of people, greater than the entire population of Europe. 146 countries have already met or are on track to meeting the under 5 mortality target. And effective HIV treatment has halved global AIDS-related deaths since 2010. And as the Secretary-General said earlier this year, this progress shows that change is possible, that backsliding is not inevitable, that poverty, pollution, and gender inequality are not preordained. They are trends that can be reversed, problems that can be solved, tragedies that can be averted. But only if we act now with the urgency and unity that the situation demands. As the political declaration states, the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs represent our best hope for humanity and the planet. In it, we, the world's leaders, commit ourselves to bold, accelerated, just and transformative actions, anchored in international solidarity and effective cooperation to create a sustainable future for all. It must be more than a piece of paper that we adopt today. Rather, it is our responsibility as leaders to breathe life into it and to make it real. Mr. President, Ireland was proud to play a role in co-facilitating drafting of our declaration with Qatar. The negotiations were not easy because the stakes are so high and the implications for the world so profound. And on Ireland's behalf, I'm glad to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to the 2030 Agenda and to the achievement of all of our goals. We'll play our part in ensuring the world's poorest and most vulnerable are not forgotten or left behind. We're committed to providing official development assistance to the most vulnerable people in the world, and we've consistently increased our ODA in recent years against an increasingly difficult backdrop for international development budgets. Since the SDGs were adopted in 2015, official development assistance by Ireland has trebled when you include the assistance we're offering those fleeing the war in Ukraine. And we're committed to continuing this trend in the years ahead. We're on track to meet our pledge to provide at least $225 million annually in climate finance for developing countries within 2 years. And this year alone, we'll provide $149 million for climate finance. To deal with the scandalous food security and nutrition crisis globally, Ireland will provide almost $300 million towards food, agriculture and nutrition this year. And we do so recalling our own great famine of the 19th century. And we will increase this budget further next year. Mr. President, Ireland is a small country of only 5 million people, but we've always been part of the world and dared to think big. The challenge of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, is undoubtedly an enormous one, but with effort and persistence, we can and will succeed. Thank you very much.
I thank the Taoiseach of Ireland for his statement. I now invite the forum to view a video presentation on the stakeholder engagement in the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development.
Dear friends, this week, this weekend, this house, the United Nations, also belongs to you.
It's possible
when we act
with urgency
for everyone,
everywhere.
Decisions have to be taken now. Our planet, our society, peace, partnerships cannot wait.
As an entrepreneur, it is extremely challenging to access capital, especially if you're women and especially if you're youth.
People are asking tough questions. The young people were like, we are not here for just talking points. We are here for solutions. We are here for accountability. You say you will do this, but who will hold you accountable?
What we need now is for global leaders to act more, to really scale up what civil society can do to ensure that civic space is not closing and that our expertise are being centered in all decision making.
We have to ensure by 2030 that women, girls, LGBTI populations live safely, equally throughout the world.
We need more faith from policymakers and from financial institutions that we can do it.
You need to see young people as not just beneficiaries, but as equal partners.
It's possible when we fight against poverty. It's possible to achieve climate justice when people affected are present in decision-making areas.
If we scale the digital solutions that are already out there.
When we respect all human rights.
Let there be, let there be.
Fossil fuels have got to go. If we don't act together, we are just gonna destroy the planet and ourselves.
80% of the world's biodiversity is in indigenous peoples' territories. If we are able to get our rights respected and protected, then we can contribute.
It's possible when we all feel responsible. I do.
When we include young people at the table.
When we all think globally, but act locally.
It's possible when you don't leave me behind.
It is possible when we act.
When you act.
When you act.
You act.
When you act.
With urgency.
For everyone, everywhere.
I now invite the youth representative, Ms. Mayada Adil from Sudan, young leader for the SDGs, to make a statement.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today, I stand here not only as Mayada Adil, but also as a young Sudanese woman and activist, carrying the power of my people with me. I'm one of the 17 young leaders for SDGs recognized by United Nations. We just came from the SDG Action Weekend, where youth, women, civil society, private sector, science and academia, and local government had shown we are ready and willing to take action rather than promises from you. As we mark the midpoint of the 2030 agenda, I have to remind you that if only 15% of the Sustainable Development Goals are met, that is a failure. We are facing a dire reality, the climate crisis, persisting hunger, growing inequality, and multiple conflicts plaguing our world. So, as we gather to recommit the SDGs and ignite actions, I invite you to look in this room and to look around you and tell me, what do you see? I tell you what I see. I see a hall filled with head of states, decision makers, and power holders. But I do not see my tribe, the youth tribe, the one who've been left behind. Every year, you invite a different young person to this stage to remind you of your commitment to humanity. Last year, there were young people from Afghanistan, Ukraine, Uganda, Pakistan, Nigeria, and Argentina that you have made, and to keep you accountable for the actions and inactions. Therefore, I will ask you, what have you done to include young people in decision-making space? Half of the world population is under 30, yet we are excluded, sidelined from all decision-making spaces. Less than 3% of the members of the parliament are under 30, and less than 1% if we speak about young women only. Once we stop making excuses and curating roadblocks for the young people to co-lead, real transformational change will happen, and I can assure you that. But not as tokenism, through genuine intergenerational partnership and solidarity. We need young people in all our diversity to be seen, to be heard in the policy and decision-making. What have you done to Afghan women and girls? Last year, in the same stage, a young Afghan woman highlighted the ongoing crisis in her country. At the time, women or girls were banned from schools. Many hearts were touched, and promises were made. But since then, the situation had only got worse. Now women or girls are banned from basic education, attending university, and participating in public life in general. You have not done enough to solve this crisis and put pressure on the people who are responsible. So I stand here in solidarity with my sisters, the Afghan sisters. What have you done to make the international system more inclusive and responsive? In this case, I'm talking about Sudan, my country. We have witnessed the global humanitarian financial system focusing its aid towards the global north, leaving the global south facing hunger, droughts, climate crisis, and increased conflicts and wars. Sudan is left out of your sight. I wonder why. Today's generation of young people is around 1.9 billion strong, but millions of us are frankly being left behind. As we speak, 1 in every 5 young people worldwide, not in education or employment or trainings. 68 million young people are looking for jobs. All over the world, millions of young people are unable to access social protection coverage. Mental health problems like depression and anxiety are a serious concern for young people. And if you do not deliver on your commitments to keeping the global emission below 1.5 degrees, reversing the damages of the climate change, and working on carbon-free alternative, you are putting the lives and the future of our entire generation and those who will come at risk. Young people of the world, demanding you, the leaders of the world, to fulfill your obligations towards peace and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. And we are ready to work with you as a full-fledged partners to make it reality. Thank you so much.
I thank Ms. Adil for her statement. I now invite the forum to hold a setting the stage discussion on SDG implementation at the halftime. What will it take to keep the SDG promise? I am pleased to welcome the distinguished panelists and invite them to assume their seats on the podium. The panelists are Her Excellency Mia Amor Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados and co-chair of the Sustainable Development Goals Advocates Group. Mr. Ajay Banga, President of the World Bank Group, and Ms. Caroline Corsi, Mayor of Montevideo. Furthermore, I am pleased to welcome the moderator, Ms. Gillian Tett of the Financial Times. Following the setting the stage segment, we will hear a musical performance by Senegalese musician Mr. Baba Mal, UN Goodwill Ambassador for the UN Convention to Combat Desertification. I now invite Ms. Tett to conduct the discussion.
Well, thank you very much indeed, President, for convening this. And on behalf of the Financial Times, I am delighted to be here for this very important meeting. Now, if the SDGs were a game of soccer or football, which is something that unites the world, a love of soccer, right now at half-time, we would all be feeling pretty depressed. Because as we've heard earlier, only 15% of the goals have been met, and that is not a good record. But the great thing about soccer is that it can always change in the second half. So what today is all about is trying to see whether we can actually find ways to change the game in the second half. Let's hope we can, otherwise the crowd are going to truly start booing. So we have an amazing combination of people here to talk about this. We are short of time, so we are going to be very focused and brief. But I'd like to start with you, Mia Motley. One of the key elements of changing the game is getting the finance needed to actually implement the SDGs. You have been a tireless thorn in the side of the rich countries and the international financial architecture calling for change. What, in your view, would count as success from this week in terms of getting the international financial architecture changed?
I think we have to, first of all, thank you for having us here. I think we have to recognize that the calls for international reform of the financial system really are not just about governance, but they're for us about longer money, cheaper money, and being able to use it for the purposes for which we need to reduce all of our inequalities and to achieve the elements of the SDGs. Ajay is better placed to speak to it, but I'm hoping that we can have a joint effort between the World Bank, the IMF in particular, and the UN to be able to bring to the table the credit rating agencies and the markets, because regrettably we value short-term lending but do not understand that if countries are going to invest in education and healthcare, they need 30 and 40-year money in order to be able to do so. Our situation has been compounded by the pandemic, and therefore that long-term money is critical. Secondly, we need mission-oriented lending. Professor Mazzucato has been making this point, and in fact in Barbados we've set 6 missions, recognizing that all of our policies, including the terms and conditions for access to finance, have to reinforce the missions. If we believe that the SDGs are worth attaining, then we need to put a framework in place that allows the MDBs to value the SDGs and to be able to increase the length of time that you can have to repay for these funds. Thirdly, we need to ensure that as we do all of that, that we get countries and individuals to see the SDGs as individual targets. because it is not only about the money that we access, it is also about the policies, it's also about the change of behavior, it's about the change of attitude. The reason why the Secretary General can speak about there being an abundance of food and people starving is because we choose not to act differently and we choose not to share with one another. So I believe that those 3 points are critical. Let us get the meetings with the credit rating agencies and the markets, and Ajay, I'd be interested in hearing your perspective on it, because you cannot continue to value short-term lending. You cannot continue to have metrics that don't support a move away from per capita GDP that is historic and tells us nothing about the country, while the vulnerability of the country increases exponentially.
Right, well, thank you very much indeed for those strong words. Very briefly, a one-word answer. Are you more encouraged than you were 3 months ago?
I believe that this man has scored a century in his first 100 days. and I say so as one who has been a major critic of the World Bank. I think that the course correction that he has brought has been critical, but I say to him, if we are running fast and the dog behind us is running faster than us, we'll still get bitten. So I hope that he recognizes now that pace and scope are still the order of the day. And in fairness, it's not him. It's us, the countries. He is simply the agent that is going to carry out our wishes. But at the end of the day, I want to make the point that we cannot have SDGs for the benefit of global public goods and not have a mechanism for financing global public goods. And I still believe that the World Bank is the best place to locate the financing of global public goods, but I accept that there may not be enough public money. And to that extent, how do we mobilize money that now goes in non-state actors, most of whose balance sheets, the major multinational corporations have balance sheets that dwarf and miniaturize the majority of countries in this room. So we have to find a way of them contributing to the financing of global public goods. And we also have to find a way of philanthropic capital financing global public goods. They want to do good, but it can't only be what they want, it has to be what the world needs.
Well, thank you. Well, we've had mixed sporting metaphors here. I think we should definitely make time for some applause and cheers here. We've had mixed sporting metaphors. I started with soccer. We then had cricket. Those of you who are not cricket fans, century means scoring 10 goals. Ajay Banga, you come from a land of cricket and, well, mostly cricket, some soccer too. How do you see the current situation? We've just heard from Mia Motley that you have changed the game. Would you agree?
Well, I think the first thing you've got to know is the last time I was with Mia on a stage, we were in a rock concert in Paris. So you guys don't compare to that experience, right? But all seriousness, I've spent 100 days in this job. I would like to tell you the 5 or 6 things I'm trying to work on, which go towards addressing some of the things that came up in the previous speeches, but also Mia's points. And the first thing that I'm trying to work on is to be clear on expanding the vision of the bank to not only focus on poverty and prosperity, although those are key to our future, but to recognize the intertwined nature of the challenges that we are facing with climate, with pandemics, with fragility, with war, with food insecurity, and recognize that you cannot solve one without having a holistic view of the total. And so the vision of the bank will be to end poverty in a world, in a livable planet. So the livable planet is very, very important. That's what allows us to address some of these issues. The second thing I'm focused on is to make sure that we are attacking on 5 dimensions. The first one is people, education, health, social distribution schemes. The second one is prosperity, jobs, economic growth, and the like, micro SMEs, financial inclusion. The third one is the planet, and we've talked a little bit about already, mitigation, adaptation, those topics. The fourth is physical infrastructure. We cannot say that we will solve for schools and healthcare, and we will do those, but we won't do planet, or we'll do the planet, and we won't do schools and healthcare. This either-or mentality will not work. And the fifth one is digital, which I think changes the game for all 4 of the first ones. And the final item is to measure progress, output, not input, in terms of empowerment of women, in terms of jobs for young people, in terms of carbon emissions avoided and the like. So I want to focus the bank on tangible outputs in these areas. The second is capital. We cannot do all this unless we are, first of all, sweating our existing balance sheet as much as we can. And there's a series of steps as part of the G20 capital adequacy framework that I won't bore you with. But let's assume that the governments who are now signing up to subscribe to those, if we all add up well across all the multilateral development banks, maybe we'll get to somewhere between 150 and 200 billion all put together over the next decade. My point is, this is important, but it does not solve for the magnitude of the challenges we face. That is Mia's point about requiring the partnerships with philanthropy and with the private sector. One little thing you should know about the magic of money coming into the capital at the World Bank is that for $1 we get, because we can leverage in the private markets with our AAA sovereign rating, we do actually create a multiplier effect that does not get created by just $1 for $1 that goes into a trust or a philanthropy. So we have the ability to leverage and multiply and do that in a way that does 10, 20, 30-year lending. But Mia's right. That's a proportion of our lending and that of others. We have to find a way to work to extend both the tenor and the pricing, concessional pricing and blended finance to enable a lot of the challenges we're dealing with to happen. If you've got a couple of minutes more, for me, I want to cover 4 things. The first is debt. The world is awash in debt. Emerging markets are struggling with that debt. A few countries have been able to find their way through the restructuring process, as recently as Zambia. We have others who need that help. We need the creditors to get together to get this sorted out and work well. The IMF and the World Bank are working with the creditors. So are India and its presidency of the G20. But we really need a push on that topic. The second one is close to $1.5 trillion a year goes into subsidies, fuel and agriculture, which in many ways are impacting our environment in ways we didn't anticipate that to be when the subsidies were put into place. So that cost of that environment is another $6 trillion. That means $7 trillion a year is going into subsidies and the impact of subsidies. So when we talk about money not being available, I would tell you money is available. The question is, where is it right now? And can it be moved to the right causes while being socially responsible to people who benefit from some of those subsidies? I get it. We need a just transition in energy and elsewhere. But we need to address that point. The third point has to do with, can we find a way through all this to leverage up what we can do as a group and work together? My fear is this issue of either or, and I don't understand the either or. I think a large part of the evolution roadmap the bank was being discussed about had to do with IBRD. A lot of the countries who are not as well off are fearful that that is going to come at the cost of their money availability. Please know that is not the case. IDA is IDA. It is there. We need to replenish it. We need the developed world to be even more generous in the next round of IDA replenishment. But IDA is there for you. It will be there for you. IBRD, and which is where all the evolution framework discussion has happened, is very important as well to meet the needs of energy transition and the like. That's work still to be done. But let's focus on what we can control. Subsidies, we can control and work on debt. We should look at, somebody mentioned domestic resource mobilization in an earlier conversation, very important. These are all topics that make sense that we should tackle.
Well, thank you very much indeed for that very rousing call to arms and that long and very precise list of steps that need to be taken. I can see a lot of harmony between the two of you in terms of what you're calling for. I'd now like to turn to the Mayor of Montevideo, Carolina Cosse, from Uruguay, and basically ask you, from the perspective of a mayor who is president of the mayors group around the world, none of these bold plans are going to be implemented without help of local governments. Can you share a few remarks about how you see the situation right now? And you'll be speaking in Spanish, so I'd urge people to get their interpretation if they need that.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Efectivamente, me parece muy valiosa las apreciaciones de la primer ministra de Barbados y del presidente del Banco Central, y sobre todo, ¿no? It's not working? Ok, continúo. Gracias. Sobre todo creo en la necesidad que marcan de apurarse, ¿no? Hay que apurarse porque los alcaldes del mundo, yo diría de todas las ciudades, cuando uno de nosotros ve un hermoso día de lluvia para estar abrigado en casa, ven la posibilidad de que las personas que viven, las miles, los cientos, los millones de personas que viven en asentamientos alrededor del mundo, tengan un día trágico. Por lo tanto, sí, creo que para lograr llegar a los ODS, sin duda, para cambiar la realidad es esencialmente local, y desde los gobiernos locales, desde las ciudades, se hace todos los días esfuerzos por cambiar esa realidad. Cuestiones que tienen que ver con la sanidad, con la igualdad de género, con combatir de alguna forma la pobreza, y por lo tanto sí, nosotros estamos día a día con la realidad. La gente tiene un contacto muy cercano con nosotros. Entiendo la necesidad enorme de un cambio cultural. Para combatir el cambio climático nosotros tenemos que responder con un cambio cultural, y ese cambio cultural nos tiene que atravesar a todos, no solo a las personas a las que servimos, a nuestras poblaciones, sino también a los políticos, a los que tenemos responsabilidades. Y para ese cambio cultural creo que de las mejores herramientas que tenemos en la política es abrir la mayor participación posible a la ciudadanía. Yo no le puedo pedir un cambio cultural a una madre que recién tiene una vivienda nueva y cuya mayor preocupación es que cuando llueva a su hijo no le venga un ataque de pánico, porque lo tiene que convencer de que esta vez la casa no se le va a llover. El cambio cultural lo tenemos que trabajar entre todas y todos con cuidado, como una madre que cuida a sus hijos, como una madre que los quiere. Por eso creo que es muy necesario el cambio cultural y que reaccionemos rápido, porque se trata de la vida de nuestro planeta. En la Unión Internacional de Ciudades y Gobiernos Locales tenemos un pacto basado en 3 ejes: cuidar a las personas, cuidar la democracia y cuidar el planeta. Yo creo que es un muy buen marco para que podamos actuar juntos y seamos más fuertes, porque en definitiva estamos hablando de cambiar la realidad y lograr un mundo mejor.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Mayor Cossé. We appreciate that, reminding us about the importance of being in touch with populations, pushing for a cultural change in the way that decisions are made. Well, we've heard a lot of rousing comments. Thank you all very much indeed. I very much indeed hope that the second half of this soccer match, come cricket game, come SDG battle, will be much more encouraging than the first half, because there is indeed so much at stake now. So I'd like to now hand back to the President and say once again, thank you all very much indeed, and best of luck in winning the second half. Thank you. Apologies. As moderator, I was slight confusion in my briefing notes. I am now due to announce a musical performance of Baba Mal that will be setting the scene at the end and hopefully inspiring us to think great thoughts. So thank you.
Allah rokam konje nomi yegi jude balde malede kame atgaji mi worde sey labam ledi mi worde bandirabam yaay Jamano adino jamia faranse brada papinal brada pagandal ledi telephone de tonna nodda mi Senegal ledi ngatto mi Dakaro taminenam eye bayo bayo we need education for all children all over Africa. No more war, no more trouble, no more war, no more suffering, no more war, no more suffering, no more war, no more discrimination. We need peace and love and security for all children all over Africa. Chullo ndey kaar ndey gay kame men ma de baba bay di baba de bo we need education, we need security, for all children all over Africa. We need a bright future for all our children all over the Sahel of Africa. No more war, no more trouble. Baba yo, baba yo, baba yo, baba, baba yo, nene yo, be, baba yo, baba yo, baba yo, baba, baba yo, be, bayo, 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 yeah. Thank you very much.
I thank our distinguished speakers for their insightful contributions, as well as the moderator for expertly guiding the discussion. I also thank Mr. Mal for the musical interlude. That concludes the Setting the Stage segment. Heads of state and government, ministers, excellencies, distinguished delegates. We will now begin with the plenary segment of the summit. I invite heads of state and heads of government to deliver statements on behalf of groups of participating states. Before calling on the first speaker, may I remind delegations that statements are limited to 5 minutes. To assist speakers in managing their time, a timing device has been placed on the rostrum. The light will turn yellow when the speaker has 1 minute remaining, which is a signal to the speaker to kindly conclude his or her remarks. Full versions of longer interventions can be submitted to the Secretariat for posting on the SDG Summit website. I appeal to all delegations to strictly observe the time limits in order to allow all inscribed speakers to deliver their statements in the limited time available. I now give the floor to His Excellency Miguel Diaz-Canel Bermudez, President of the Republic of Cuba, speaking on behalf of the Group of 77 and China.
Señor Presidente, tengo el honor de hacer uso de la palabra en nombre del Grupo de los 77 y China. El examen de mitad de periodo de la Agenda 2030 para el Desarrollo Sostenible tiene lugar en una coyuntura extremadamente crítica en la cual los países en vías de desarrollo enfrentan múltiples desafíos y un orden económico injusto que perpetúa las desigualdades y la pobreza. Los informes elaborados por el Secretario General contienen cifras irrefutables que reflejan una realidad bastante sombría. Incluso antes de la pandemia de la COVID-19, el mundo ya se había desviado del camino hacia el logro de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Llegaremos al 2030 con 575 millones de personas viviendo en condiciones de pobreza extrema. Para ese entonces, apenas 1/3 de los países lograrán reducir a la mitad los niveles de pobreza nacional. No eliminaremos el hambre como habíamos acordado. Por el contrario, actualmente 735 millones de personas padecen hambre crónica, una cifra superior a la registrada en el año 2015. A este ritmo, no podrá lograrse ninguno de los 17 Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible y se incumplirán más de la mitad de las metas acordadas. Conscientes de la actual situación, el Grupo de los 77 y China le ha otorgado la máxima prioridad a este evento con el propósito de colocar nuevamente el desarrollo sostenible en el centro de la agenda internacional y brindar el impulso político necesario para acelerar la aplicación de la Agenda 2030. Es con ese espíritu que el Grupo se ha enfrascado en el proceso de negociación de una declaración política en aras de incrementar y acelerar la puesta en práctica de acciones y medidas concretas, innovadoras, transformadoras y ambiciosas que garanticen el logro de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Es en este contexto que el Grupo ha encabezado un llamamiento global en favor de una reforma urgente de la arquitectura financiera internacional, el cual ha sido compartido por un gran número de líderes y personalidades de todo el mundo. Dicho llamamiento fue ampliamente apoyado por el Secretario General, quien exhortó a esta cumbre a corregir las injusticias históricas que constituyen la base del sistema financiero internacional a fin de poder brindarles a los países y personas más vulnerables mejores oportunidades en un futuro mejor. Tenemos que continuar defendiendo el papel de la Asamblea General en la discusión de estos temas si queremos garantizar que la voz de cada nación sea escuchada y tenida en cuenta como corresponde en el debate de cuestiones tan importantes relativas a la gobernanza global. Este llamamiento también presupone la existencia de una mejor arquitectura global de la deuda soberana con la participación del Sur, que haga posible la aplicación de un trato justo, balanceado y orientado al desarrollo. El alto costo de los préstamos impide que los países en desarrollo puedan invertir en los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Actualmente, 25 naciones del Sur dedican más del 20% de los ingresos de sus gobiernos solamente al servicio de la deuda. Al propio tiempo, existe una necesidad imperiosa de una pronta y considerable recapitalización de los bancos multilaterales de desarrollo con el propósito de que mejoren radicalmente sus condiciones de préstamo y puedan satisfacer las necesidades financieras del Sur. En este sentido, exhortamos a la comunidad internacional a dar seguimiento y apoyar la propuesta del secretario general de un estímulo para el logro de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible para los países en desarrollo, con el objetivo de incrementar en gran escala la financiación asequible a largo plazo para el desarrollo y alinear los flujos financieros con los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Asimismo, exhortamos a los países desarrollados a honrar finalmente los compromisos aún no cumplidos con la ayuda oficial al desarrollo. Excelencias, la agenda de cambio climático debe ser aplicada en su totalidad, de conformidad con la Convención Marco de las Naciones Unidas sobre el Cambio Climático y su Acuerdo de París, defendiendo el principio de igualdad y de responsabilidades comunes, pero diferenciadas y sus capacidades respectivas. Es indispensable fijar metas más ambiciosas en esferas tales como la mitigación, la adaptación y los medios para alcanzarlas, así como materializar la entrega y la movilización de recursos por parte de los países desarrollados para combatir el cambio climático y al propio tiempo enfrentar nuestros desafíos en materia de desarrollo. Exhortamos firmemente a los países desarrollados a cumplir sus promesas en esta esfera. Los esfuerzos de los países en desarrollo por aplicar la Agenda 2030 también tienen que estar respaldados por acciones concretas en materia de transferencia de tecnologías y formación de recursos humanos, así como la cooperación norte-sur, con el fin de fomentar la industrialización y las inversiones en infraestructuras de calidad, confiables, sostenibles y resilientes. El sistema de comercio internacional también debe ser reformado y se deben crear cadenas de suministro sustentables que contribuyan al logro de los ODS mediante la promoción del crecimiento económico orientado hacia la exportación en los países en desarrollo. Con este fin, se debe fortalecer el trato especial pero diferenciado para los países en desarrollo como principio multilateral. El unilateralismo y el proteccionismo, incluidas la protección y las restricciones unilaterales al comercio, incompatibles con los acuerdos de la Organización Mundial del Comercio, deben ser eliminadas con toda prontitud. Tal es el caso de los países que sufren la imposición de medidas coercitivas unilaterales, las cuales constituyen una grave violación de los propósitos y principios de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas. Esas medidas obstaculizan seriamente los esfuerzos de los países afectados en pos de lograr los ODS y el desarrollo sostenible en general. La comunidad internacional, incluido el sistema de Naciones Unidas, debe continuar rechazando firmemente la imposición de esas medidas y trabajar por su eliminación incondicional. Excelencias, los reclamos antes mencionados han sido anunciados en varias ocasiones por los líderes del Sur. La ausencia de avances no debe atribuirse a la ausencia de soluciones. Ahí están las acciones. Lo que se necesita de manera imperiosa es la voluntad política para que realmente nadie quede atrás y vencer una de las crisis más complejas que haya experimentado la humanidad en la historia moderna. Ese sería nuestro mejor aporte al futuro común que necesitamos construir juntos. Muchas gracias.
I thank the President of the Republic of Cuba I now give the floor to His Excellency Azali Azumani, President of the Union of the Comoros, speaking on behalf of the African Union.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée, Excellence Monsieur Antonio Guterres, Secrétaire général des Nations Unies, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, honorable assistance, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Je suis très heureux de prendre part à cette importante réunion et de partager quelques réflexions avec vous en ma qualité de président en exercice de l'Union africaine. Il y a 8 ans, nous, pays membres de l'Organisation des Nations Unies, nous sommes réunis ici pour établir et mettre en œuvre l'agenda 2030 vers la réalisation des objectifs de développement durable. Le présent sommet à mi-parcours est une nécessité pour redynamiser notre action en vue d'atteindre les objectifs que nous sommes fixés pour 2030. Alors qu'au niveau mondial, nous avons seulement réalisé 15% des cibles fixées pour atteindre les EDD, la situation requiert une accélération significative de notre engagement collectif et implique des politiques audacieuses, des investissements ciblés, une action coordonnée pour transformer nos aspirations pour 2030 en résultats concrets. La trajectoire vertueuse prise par le pays dans la mise en œuvre des EDD a été entravée par les chocs exogènes de ces dernières années tels que la pandémie de Covid-19, la guerre en Ukraine ou encore la crise climatique. Dans notre continent, l'Afrique, comme le souligne un rapport de la Commission économique pour l'Afrique, le continent a enregistré avant la Covid des taux de croissance positifs mais insuffisants pour atteindre les objectifs de développement durable. Outre la pandémie, l'Afrique fait face à d'autres défis qui impactent négativement les agendas 2030 et 2063, notamment pour ce qui est de la paix et la sécurité. Néanmoins, le même rapport met en évidence le lien d'interdépendance entre les 5 piliers de l'agenda 2030 et certains de l'agenda 2063, ce qui constitue un atout qui concourt à l'accélération de la mise en œuvre des EDD tels que ceux relatifs au climat, au partenariat, à la paix, à la gouvernance. De par ce constat, je me joins à la démarche du secrétaire général des Nations Unies visant à encourager les États à prendre des engagements nationaux et mondiaux forts en faveur de la transformation, de l'accélération et de la mise en œuvre des EDD. La réussite des EDD dépend largement des moyens que nous pourrons mobiliser pour y parvenir. J'appelle donc les pays à renforcer leurs capacités nationales en vue de mobiliser et d'absorber les financements nécessaires au développement et pour nos pays du Sud à renforcer la coopération Sud-Sud. Dans cette optique, l'accélération de la mise en œuvre de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine, thème de l'année 2023 de l'Union africaine, représente une opportunité à saisir pour assurer une parfaite intégration économique africaine et atteindre les EDD à l'horizon 2030. C'est la raison pour laquelle je proposerai de porter à l'échelle panafricaine un label Positive Africa qui viserait à reconnaître les acteurs économiques africains et internationaux responsables ayant un impact positif en Afrique en accord avec l'agenda 2030 des ODD et l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine. Alors que l'Afrique est en pleine croissance économique, il est primordial de promouvoir les modèles qui vont au-delà de la simple recherche du profit, mais qui intègrent également des considérations sociales et environnementales. Honorable Assistance, l'accélération de la mise en œuvre des ODD est devenue un défi universel. Il en va de notre développement global, de notre bien-être collectif pour un avenir durable commun. Je vous remercie.
I thank the President of the Union of the Comoros. I now give the floor to His Excellency Charles Angelo Savarin, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, speaking on behalf of the Caribbean community.
Your Excellency, Mr. Dennis Francis, President of the General Assembly, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, United Nations Secretary General, Honorable Ministers and Delegates. Mr. President, I am pleased to deliver this statement on behalf of CARICOM, which celebrates 50 years as an establishment and is equally proud to have one of its very own overseeing the activities of the General Assembly at its 78th session. CARICOM pledges its full support to ensuring that your tenure is successful for the greater good of the multilateral process. CARICOM's position on the path towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals has been clearly outlined in several debates and intergovernmental negotiations under the auspices of the United Nations. We firmly believe that a greater commitment, solidarity, and transformative action are needed to achieve the set targets within a realistic time frame. Accordingly, this summit will provide a unique opportunity to fundamentally adjust trajectory of all member states to take positive action towards its implementation. Mr. President, CARICOM endorses the political declaration set out by the Secretary General in a renewed call for all member states to recommit towards this transformative process. The existential threat of COVID-19 over the last 3 years, exacerbated by the impact of climate change and war in Ukraine, calls for even greater leadership at the multilateral level. Therefore, what is required is a surge in commitments for governments and other stakeholders to take implementation of the SDGs to the next level. To this end, decisive action must be taken to better support developing countries through long-term lending at lower interest rates, debt relief, and the creation of a robust and effective sovereign debt resolution mechanism. Mr. President, CARICOM therefore calls for urgent action from the international community to reform the international financial architecture and ensure an enabling environment for developing countries to actively participate in and benefit from the global economy. The Multi-Vulnerability Index and the Bridgetown Initiative, two structures which have found consensus among CARICOM, must be vigorously pursued. Additionally, CARICOM supports the call to outline national budgets with the SDGs pathways, gender equality, empowerment of women and girls, reduction in domestic poverty, access to clean water and sanitation, food and energy security must be prioritized. The use of technology as a transformative tool must be harnessed, and no citizen should be disadvantaged. The 2030 Agenda is achievable. There will always be challenges. However, the capacity to overcome the most severe challenges is not an anomaly for humankind. These are indeed unprecedented times. We can draw comfort from the fact that we have access to a wealth of knowledge and resources to meet the demands of the times. Mr. President, CARICOM remains firm in its support for implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. I thank you.
I thank the President of the Commonwealth of Dominica. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mogwetsi Eric Kebetswe Masisi, President of the Republic of Botswana, speaking on behalf of the group of landlocked developing countries.
Your Excellency, the President of the 78th Session of the General Assembly, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government here present, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to deliver this statement on behalf of the 32 member countries of the group of landlocked developing countries, the LLDCs. Mr. President, as we gather here today at this critical moment for the LLDCs, which is marked by the midpoint of the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, we need not only take stock but also assess our progress regarding the execution of the Vienna Program of Action. More importantly, we're undertaking a journey to determine the key priorities for the upcoming 10-year Program of Action ahead of the third United Nations Conference on LLDCs to be held in Kigali, Rwanda in June 2024. While the prospects may seem exhilarating, it is crucial to acknowledge the daunting challenges that our group faces on the road to Kigali and indeed to the year 2030. Mr. President, today we find ourselves confronted by lingering impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, pressing issues of climate change, global macroeconomic challenges, and various other overlapping crises. These challenges continue to derail the hard-earned progress made by the LLDCs towards the attainment of the Vienna Program of Action goals and the SDGs. This is so because our countries are disadvantaged to fully harness the potential to support sustainable development efforts due to their geographical and structural vulnerabilities to external shocks, and made in the implementation of the Vienna Program of Action to enhance and modernize transportation and ICT infrastructure is highly promising. In the region where I come from, for example, my country, Botswana, in collaboration with the government of Zambia, have constructed the amazing Ganzugula Bridge, which is a rail line and one-stop border component. Through this project, we have significantly reduced the turnaround time that trucks take to transport goods from the south to the north and vice versa. However, it is essential to recognize that other areas, in particular international trade, which is the engine for inclusive economic growth, remains marginal and undiversified within the LLDCs. Furthermore, we cannot overlook the sharp increase in debt crisis that has plunged many of our countries, particularly as half of the LLDCs are categorized as least developed countries. In this connection, a lot remains to be achieved in many areas for this group of countries. The upcoming LLDC conference, therefore, gives us hope and offers a unique opportunity for us to adopt new transformative roadmap for the LLDCs to overcome these crises and build back better, while accelerating the achievement of the SDGs. As this new program of action for LDCs will largely overlap with the final period of pursuit of the Sustainable Development Goals, we anticipate that its level of ambition will reflect our commitment as a global community to ensure that LLDCs are not left further behind in achieving sustainable development. We look forward to creating the widest possible coalition of strengthened global partnerships that will bring about transformative change to the lives of more than 564 million people in the world's 32 landlocked countries. Therefore, as I stand here today, I implore all stakeholders, including our development partners, the United Nations, international financiers, and other organizations, as well as the private sector, to join hands in finding sustainable and lasting solutions to these countries in special needs. In conclusion, the LLDCs would like to reaffirm their determination and full commitment to attain the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. I'd like also to seize this moment to once again emphasize our appeal to the active engagement of all stakeholders in the 3rd UN Conference on LLDCs, preferably at the highest level possible. I look forward to meeting you, Excellencies, in Kigali, Rwanda in June 2024. I thank you for your attention.
I thank the President of the Republic of Botswana, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Sir Angel Whips, President of the Republic of Palau, speaking on behalf of the Pacific Small Island Developing States.
Mr. Secretary General, Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I deliver this statement in my capacity as chair of the 12 small island developing states represented in New York, and we are aligning ourselves with the statement to be delivered by Samoa on behalf of the AOSIS. On behalf of the PSIDs, I extend our congratulations to His Excellency Mr. Dennis Francis on assuming the presidency of the 78th session of the General Assembly, and assure you of the full support of the Pacific SIDS in your successful execution of your mandate over the next 12 months. Mr. President, our continued existence depends on our capacity to unite as a global, unified community. In this juncture, the need for multilateralism to be strengthened is not merely advisable, but imperative. The achievement of the SDGs must be at the center of our collective efforts over the next 7 years. Together, we must rise to the challenges and elevate our actions with urgency to confront the climate crisis, leaving positive impact on our environment, societies, and economies for present and future generations. The Pacific SIDS' commitment to sustainable development and resilience of our countries and peoples remains unwavering. However, COVID-19 and climate change have impaired and even reversed our hard-fought development gains. Our endeavors are frequently impeded by escalating costs associated with natural disasters, the human and physical cost of climate change, and our limitation and lack of access to concessional financing. Significant limitations to accessing financing hinders our abilities to allocate funds to effectively implement our development priorities, including the Samoa Pathway and other crucial development activities. We support the follow-up and review of the financing developing outcomes, in particular, the reform of the international financial institution to support the means of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Nonetheless, we continue to persist in our efforts to meet the SDGs as they provide the best hope for a brighter and more sustainable future. SIDS face a unique set of vulnerabilities which hinders our ability to achieve sustainable development. Structural factors, including size, remoteness, and exposure to global economic, social, and political environmental shocks, impact socio-economic outcomes of our ability to achieve the SDGs. These vulnerabilities were further exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic, and with many SIDS countries being particularly affected by the drop in international tourism and remittances. The sudden economic shock exposed the fragility of our economies and the urgent need for tailored solutions to address our unique circumstances. Thus, the call for and the endorsement of a multi-dimensional vulnerability index, an MVI, which will allow for inclusion of more than just income-based criteria to assess eligibility for concessional finance, comes at the right moment, and we ask for the support of the international community on this key issue. Mr. President, the slow progress on the SDGs achieved by the SIDS to date is an indication that losses linked to vulnerability far outweighs the development gains. There is a clear necessity for building genuine partnerships and cooperation to provide financial support and technical support. We call for the effective and durable partnerships and scaled-up climate finance that adequately recognize the context of the SIDS and the respect for regional and national policy coordination mechanisms and systems. Moreover, we call on partners to improve partnerships around data and statistics for monitoring and evaluation, digital infrastructure and transformation, SDI, and sustainable and predictable financing and capacity building. Mr. President, we need to remind ourselves of the commitments and the undertakings we made towards the full implementation of the Samoa Pathway, and we support the call to develop a robust monitoring framework for the Samoa Pathway aligned with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and other intergovernmental agreements, including the Sendai Framework and the Paris Agreement, as these commitments reflect our shared responsibility to leave no one behind and to build a more just and equitable future for all. After all, it is of vital importance that each one of us demonstrates the unwavering boldness and courage that is required. Thank you. God bless. Oman Msulang.
I thank the President of the Republic of Palau, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, speaking on behalf of the group of 7+ member states.
Mr. President, Secretary General, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to deliver the statement on behalf of the group of 7+ countries at this high-level summit convened at the midpoint of implementing the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals, a critical juncture characterized by recovery from COVID-19 pandemic, ongoing geopolitical tensions, and environmental threats. The 2030 Agenda and the SDGs, the agreed global plan for sustainable development, adopted in 2015, was conceived to leave no one behind in countries around the world and support global public goods related to peace, environmental protection, and an inclusive global economy. The G7+ comprised of countries affected or recovering from conflict were among the principal advocates of the SDGs, particularly Goal 6, which is about promoting peace, inclusive societies, providing access to justice for all, and building effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. As a group of countries, we have collectively learned from our experiences that sustainable peace, effective state institutions, and access to justice are key pillars to stability, development, and resilience. However, since the start of the implementation of this global blueprint, fragile and conflict-affected states are the farthest behind in meeting SDGs, and this dilemma only worsened with the advent of COVID-19 pandemic and other global crises, including the triple planetary crisis and food insecurity. Mr. President, against this backdrop, the member states of the G7+ recommend the undermentioned as the possible pathway toward the realization of transforming our world and leaving no one behind in this decade of action. Firstly, promoting peace and stability should continue to be central to implementing the SDGs, as violence and insecurity undermine development gains. In advancing the development agenda, we must seek to promote and support peace efforts that address the root causes of conflicts and tackle economic and social inequalities and exclusion, especially in countries contending with high levels of threat, fragility that require heightened attention. Secondly, resilience should be one of the guiding principles to achieve the SDGs. In this age of complex crises, we must deliberately embrace resilience, as it helps to ensure progress is not derailed or reversed in times of adversity. For instance, ending extreme poverty and thriving in complex and adverse environments require building capacities, mechanisms, and institutions to promote a sustainable future for all. This is why the G7+, we continue to advocate for debt financing, debt relief, and technology transfer for the least developed and conflict-affected countries. Debt financing and relief for our respective countries would unleash the resources that could be utilized to realize the ambition of Agenda 2030 for sustainable development. Thirdly and lastly, we call for a joint commitment by development partners to work through and support government-led country platforms in conflict-affected and fragile countries to enhance development cooperation by addressing complex political, social, and economic realities. While we acknowledge the trend of support for country platforms over the last 5 years, it is imperative to raise the awareness for governments and partners to embrace this collaborative, risk-informed, and flexible mechanism. It ensures that development agendas are localized. That meeting SDGs in this decade of action could be challenging, but sustained multilateral support to a holistic national ownership of the 17 SDGs, distinct global leadership, resource mobilization, capacity building, and mutual accountability, specific progress can be envisaged and achieved with appropriate scale. Thank you.
I thank the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Peter Pavel, President of the Czech Republic, speaking on behalf of Pathfinders for Peaceful, Just and Inclusive Societies.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of 46 member states, members of the Pathfinders for Peaceful, Just and Inclusive Societies. In 2015, this body made a promise that we would adopt and act on a transformative agenda for people, the planet, and prosperity through 17 Sustainable Development Goals. 8 years later, we have much to live up to. Yet there is still no better blueprint for a more peaceful and prosperous world than the 2030 Agenda, and no greater catalyst for the change needed than SDG 16+. We know that we are living in the midst of cascading and intersecting crises. Halfway through the 2030 Agenda, advancing peace, justice, equality, and inclusion is critical to mitigating the impact of these crises and to delivering the requisite policy solutions to fulfill our promises. Amidst global polarization and distrust, we need to rebuild the social contract between people and national and international institutions. In supporting the Secretary General's call to fast-track SDG implementation, allow me to highlight some of Pathfinder's work across peace, justice, equality and inclusion. While conflict-related violence has increased, we know that approximately 80% of violent deaths occur outside conflict zones, and that governments and the civil society have made real progress in reducing violence in such contexts. In this connection, the Pathfinders Halving Global Violence Task Force will launch its flagship report in 2024, amplifying proven solutions to advancing peace at all levels, while highlighting the social and economic costs of violence. We must act on SDG 16's pledge to reduce violence in all its forms on the battlefield and in our homes and streets. Equal access to justice for all is a critical enabler for sustainable development. We need to put people at the center, with justice systems designed to address what people really need when they look for justice solutions, with services that help them achieve fair outcomes. To support this, a number of member states and partners have come together to form the Justice Action Coalition, a high-ambition, multi-stakeholder coalition that promotes people-centered justice and calls on all justice actors, including young justice leaders, to join us in our quest to close the global justice gap. Finally, the promise to leave no one behind lies at the very heart of the SDG agenda. Yet, since the adoption of the agenda, inequality within and among countries has risen dramatically. The Pathfinders provide evidence-based solutions in areas as social protection, housing, taxation, inclusive green transitions, and the avoidance of divisive political narratives, demonstrating that change is possible. The 2023 SDG Summit represents a critical moment to change the trajectory of the SDGs and SDG 16+. We cannot fail in this effort. Trust in our domestic institutions and in multilateralism depends on it. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now briefly switch to my national capacity. In 2015, the leaders agreed to improve people's lives and make our planet a better place. Unfortunately, 8 years later, the 2030 SDGs implementation is in deep trouble. After the COVID-19 pandemics, the world is facing devastating effects of Russian aggression against Ukraine. Apart from tremendous human suffering, it is also causing widespread food and energy crises. Russia's reprehensible actions have a direct impact on SDGs implementation, not only in the most affected region, but also globally. Today, we gathered to recommit our ambitions to accelerate our efforts to achieve the SDGs until 2030. Czechia is fully aware of its global responsibility. We will continue to enhance the strategic planning to make it even more effective and avoid overlaps and inconsistency. We are also fully committed to implement the Paris Agreement, and we pledge to contribute $4 million to the Green Climate Fund for the period 2024 to 2027. To promote good governance and policymaking based on evidence, we pledge to establish an open data national platform for monitoring and reporting the SDGs indicators. The implementation of the SDG 16 remains one of the priorities of the Czech foreign policy. To reach our common goal in 2030, we urgently need to highlight a link between peace, justice, security, climate and environment, development, human rights, and strong institutions. Czechia will continue to support our partner countries through bilateral and multilateral development projects, humanitarian assistance, and transformation policy. No one should be left behind. Thank you.
I thank the President of the Czech Republic and now give the floor to His Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola, speaking on behalf of the Southern African Development Community.
Excelência Denis Francis, Presidente da 78ª Sessão da Assembleia Geral das Nações Unidas, Excelência Paula Narvaez, Presidente do Conselho Econômico e Social das Nações Unidas, distintos chefes de Estado e de Governo, chefes de delegação, minhas senhoras, meus senhores. Tenho a honra de tomar a palavra na qualidade de Presidente em exercício da Comunidade para o Desenvolvimento da África Austral, SADC, nesta oportunidade que considero crucial para examinarmos em conjunto os progressos alcançados na implementação dos Objetivos do Desenvolvimento Sustentável ao nível das diferentes regiões representadas nesta cimeira. Estamos perante uma ocasião em que a avaliação que fizermos a respeito do nosso desempenho vai permitir que tomemos as medidas de corrigir ou retificar tudo quanto nos parece não ter sido realizado da maneira mais adequada. Precisamos tornar este nosso encontro num verdadeiro ponto de viragem para uma abordagem mais dinâmica, mais comprometida e engajada, tendo em vista o reforço do nosso compromisso político e da mobilização de vontades capazes de ajudar a avançar em domínios cujos resultados se refletirão positivamente na melhoria das condições gerais de vida das nossas populações. Excelências, a região da SADC fez progressos assinaláveis na implementação das prioridades de cooperação e integração regional, delineadas na Visão 2050 da organização e no Plano Estratégico Indicativo de Desenvolvimento Regional 2020-2030. Também devemos reconhecer que um conjunto de condicionantes que derivam da pandemia da Covid-19, das alterações climáticas e de outros fatores, designadamente a instabilidade que afetou alguns países da região, tiveram um impacto negativo considerável na capacidade dos países cumprirem com maior eficácia os planos estratégicos que visam aprofundar a integração regional da África Austral e promover o seu desenvolvimento numa perspectiva em que sobressaiam as ambições sobre a África que queremos, estabelecida na Agenda 2063 da União Africana. Os nossos avanços poderiam ter sido mais significativos e mais expressivos se não tivéssemos que ter lidado com a crise global e outras específicas da nossa região que nos obrigaram a desviar a nossa atenção das questões centrais sobre o desenvolvimento para lhes fazer face. Além disso, é sempre oportuno referir que as dificuldades de acesso aos recursos financeiros em condições confortáveis para as nossas economias representa um outro lado do problema, talvez o maior, com que nos confrontamos permanentemente para realizarmos projetos essenciais em áreas determinantes para impulsionar o nosso desenvolvimento, de que depende naturalmente a criação de condições que favoreçam a necessária e urgente alteração do quadro e dos indicadores de pobreza que se observam atualmente nos nossos países. Nada do que consta dos planos, objetivos e programas que temos delineado ao longo destes anos poderá ser realizado de forma efetiva e com os resultados positivos que todos pretendemos obter, se não conseguirmos realizar um esforço coordenado, no sentido de eliminarmos os conflitos, a instabilidade, a insegurança e a imprevisibilidade que desencorajam o investimento e retiram aos nossos mercados a credibilidade de que necessita para que os nossos parceiros internacionais investam mais nas nossas economias. Estamos conscientes da relação de interdependência que existe entre paz e desenvolvimento e, em função disso, a República de Angola, na sua condição de presidente em exercício da SADC, continuará a desenvolver ações com vista à concretização futura da Visão 2050 da SADC, que prevê uma região com estabilidade política e social, pacífica e desenvolvida do ponto de vista econômico e de justiça e liberdade para os seus cidadãos. Esses objetivos, que são específicos da nossa região e também compartilhados pelos nossos parceiros internacionais, serão concretizáveis com um esforço conjugado entre todos, mas com muito menos constrangimentos e obstáculos, se a relação entre a nossa região e a comunidade internacional se desenvolver sem as medidas unilaterais punitivas contra os Estados-membros da SADC, como no caso da República do Zimbábue. Excelências, a região da África Austral, como temos vindo a observar, tem estado sujeita a consequências das alterações climáticas, com todos os efeitos nocivos que este facto produz sobre as economias da região. É fácil perceber-se, pelas razões que acabei de referir, que temos uma sensibilidade muito especial para este problema e, deste modo, quero sublinhar a necessidade da implementação da Agenda Internacional das Alterações Climáticas e do cumprimento das promessas de disponibilização de recursos financeiros feitas pelos países desenvolvidos, a fim de, com alguns outros recursos complementares, se possa assegurar o financiamento da adaptação até 2025 para se alcançar o objetivo de recapitalizar o Fundo Verde para o Clima. Gostaria de terminar salientando a importância da cooperação global, da solidariedade e da ação conjunta para fazermos face aos múltiplos e complexos desafios que o mundo enfrenta atualmente, pelo que faço um apelo à Assembleia Geral das Nações Unidas no sentido de colocar esses propósitos no capítulo das prioridades da sua agenda para os próximos tempos. Muito obrigado.
I thank the President of the Republic of Angola and now give the floor to Her Excellency Ursula von der Leyen, President of the Commission of the European Union.
Madam President, Secretary General, Excellencies, my generation was raised with the idea that our children and grandchildren would be better off than us. But a cascade of crises has now set back progress towards our sustainable development goals. First the pandemic, then Russia's war of aggression with its devastating impact for global food and energy security. All of this with the knock-on effects of a boiling planet. Against this backdrop, Developing countries do need more resources to pull people out of poverty and to transition towards a clean and equal economy. And this is why I welcome the Secretary General's SDG stimulus plan. In 2022, Europe elevated its development aid to 93 billion euros, an increase of 30% over the previous year. And today, we account for over 40% of the global assistance. We know our obligations. But public funding alone is not enough. We must explore all avenues to attract new funding towards developing countries, and first and foremost, there is the reform of the MDBs, without any question. But let me focus on two ways in which we are answering the Secretary General's call. First, we have to unlock private capital. With our Global Gateway Investment Plan, Europe is investing 300 billion euros in developing economies in the next 5 years, in renewable energy, in stronger healthcare systems, in quality education, green transport, and of course, digital solutions. This is about equipping our partners with the resources, the technologies, and the skills to move up the value chain, to create jobs for their citizens, and to protect the environment. We're doing so by using a portion of our public budget to de-risk private investments. And we're taking this further. We're also supporting developing and emerging economies to create their own green bond markets in order to attract even more fresh capital towards the Sustainable Development Goals. My second point is carbon pricing. Carbon pricing is one of the most efficient and effective climate policies. Carbon pricing fosters innovation by the private sector. It makes polluters pay a fair price on carbon and their carbon emissions, while cutting emissions, and the revenues can support the clean transition in developing countries. Let me give you a few figures. Last year alone, Europe's carbon pricing system raised 38 billion euros, and we are reinvesting 100% of it in climate action. But if you look at the global greenhouse gas emissions, only 20% are covered by carbon pricing. Now just imagine the global impact in terms of new revenues while cutting greenhouse gas emissions if more countries adopted this strategy and would introduce a carbon pricing and dedicate a fair share of their revenues to developing countries and emerging markets. Ladies and gentlemen, we must double down our efforts and have the courage of creative solutions. Let's work together to restore the promise that tomorrow will be better than today for all people on this planet. Thank you very much.
I thank the President of the Commission of the European Union, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Pushpa Kamal Dahal, Prime Minister of Nepal, speaking on behalf of the group of least developed countries.
Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I thank you, Madam President, for convening this SDG summit. I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the group of the least developed countries. Madam President, halfway to 2030 deadline, we are seriously off track in achieving SDGs. The global crises such as the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, and geopolitical tension are further pushing out hard-earned progress into peril. According to the UN Secretary General's SDG report, more than half of the world is left behind, most from LDCs. The SDGs are in dire need of a rescue plan. We all know (12 of the 17 goals and at least 18 of the 169 challenges. And yet, foreign direct investment flows to LDCs saw a decline of about 30% in 2022 as compared to 2021. Investment in infrastructure, renewable energy, water and sanitation, food security, health and education suffered a significant blow. The average external debt of LDCs rose from 41% in 2011 to 54% in 2022. The high cost of borrowing facing these countries has not only inhibited investment in SDGs, but also raised the risk of debt crisis. However, we have not lost our faith, nor have we derailed our commitment. We have continued to make maximum effort to strengthen and mobilize our domestic resource and institutions. But acting alone will not be enough. Commitment and support of international community for adoption of Doha Program of Action was significant. More investment in people, support for structural transformation, and achieving rapid and sustainable recovery from COVID pandemic will be necessary for achieving SDGs. Massive scaling up of affordable finance to LDCs, including through the SDG stimulus package, is crucial. Addressing the debt distress of LDCs by 2025 and providing coordinated and appropriate debt solution in a timely manner must remain an urgent priority. We also urge the developed countries to scale up and fulfill their commitment to providing 0.7% of GNP as ODA to developing countries and 0.15 to 0.20% to the LDCs. This is critical as finance is the fuel that drives the SDG progress, and the achievement of SDG in LDCs defines its success or failure. Madam President, speaking in my national capacity, I would like to share with this august gathering that materializing SDG is Nepal's top development priority. The SDGs have been integrated into our national policy and plan. We are committed to eradicating poverty and reducing inequality in the line with 2030 agenda and the principle of leaving no one behind. We remain committed to ensuring a smooth, sustainable, and irreversible graduation from LDC category by 2026. Our commitment to the Paris Agreement is steadfast, and so is our goal to reach net zero scenario by 2045. We call for adequate support from our development partners to complement our national efforts. To conclude, we must ensure that this summit renews and revitalizes our SDG promises. We must reinvigorate the sense of hope and optimism and accelerate action for achieving 2030 agenda. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
I thank the Prime Minister of Nepal, and I now give the floor to Her Excellency Fiame Naomi Matafa, Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Trade of the independent state of Samoa, speaking on behalf of the Alliance of Small Island States.
Madam President, Your Excellencies, it's an honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the Alliance of Small Island States. Our recently concluded preparatory meetings for the 4th International Conference on SIDS affirms the unwavering commitment of SIDS to implementing the 2030 Agenda as we chart a 10-year plan for a resilient and prosperous future for our peoples. We recognize that the journey for us will be tough and daunting at times, but we are prepared and have a strong resolve to achieve this. However, we do also recognize and acknowledge that we cannot do this on our own. Climate change, the global financial crisis, COVID-19 pandemic, and geopolitical tensions have taught us that we are even more closely connected than we wish to acknowledge. If we are going to uphold and deliver our strong commitment to leave no one behind and reaching the furthest behind first, we will have to leave nationalism behind and urgently put action to the rhetoric that we have been propagating for the past 8 years. Faced with continuous and multiple crises, and without the ability to address these in any substantial and sustainable way, we need to take urgent action on the climate change front. More climate financing, drastic cuts and reduction in greenhouse emissions. 1.5 is non-negotiable. Everyone is feeling the mighty impacts. COP28 needs to be a game changer. Results must emanate from it. Loss and damage funds needs to be fully operationalized and financed. We need progressive movement from the global stocktake, and state parties need to enhance NDCs. Second, undertake urgent reform of the governance structure and overall working of the international finance architecture. It is time for change. We need a system that would be able to respond more appropriately to the varied dynamics countries face today, that go beyond GDP, that considers various vulnerabilities and other aspects, that would look to utilize the Multi-Dimensional Vulnerability Index, Bridgetown Initiative, and all other measures that facilitate a more holistic and comprehensive insight into a country's true circumstances. This reform must also allow for more inclusive participation and decision-making. Finally, urgently address high indebtedness in SIDS. This can no longer be ignored. There needs to be a concerted effort to address this. We continually find ourselves in a revolving door between debt and recurring debt due to our continuous and constant response to economic, environmental, and social shocks caused by external factors. AOSIS is ready to be bold and focused on how we approach the next 7 years to achieve the 2030 Agenda and its SDGs. We believe we can do this together as the international community. We must begin to earnestly address our global development issues if we are going to begin speaking of a summit of the future and for future generations. The sad reality, if we don't take care of today, for many of us, there will be no tomorrow. In closing, Madam President, I appeal to you all to take a pause and let us join forces to make 2030 a year that we can all be proud of. Be assured that AOSIS will be there making our contribution. We are fully committed. Thank you.
I thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Trade of the independent state of Samoa, and now give the floor to His Excellency Vuchuk, Deputy Prime Minister of the Russian Federation, speaking on behalf of the country's members of the Eurasian Economic Union that are Armenia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and the Russian Federation.
Уважаемая госпожа председатель, уважаемые главы государств и правительств, дамы и господа, от имени государств-членов Евразийского экономического союза, ЕАЭС, а также в качестве представителя государства-председателя в органах ЮАЭС в 2023 году хотел бы проинформировать о том, как развитие процессов экономической интеграции в рамках Евразийского экономического союза содействует достижению государствами-членами ЕАЭС цели устойчивого развития. ЕАЭС является экономическим интеграционным объединением, региональным объединением, в рамках которого обеспечивается свобода движения товаров, услуг, капитала и рабочей силы. Основной задачей ЕАЭС является повышение благосостояния граждан его государств-членов. С этой целью ведется работа по формированию общих рынков ЕАЭС в отдельных сферах сотрудничества без изъятий и ограничений. Интеграционное взаимодействие служит источником развития экономик, участвующих в нем стран, и является дополнительным фактором, способствующим достижению цели устойчивого развития. Государства-члены ЕАЭС отмечают положительные темпы достижения цели устойчивого развития в областях, отнесенным к сферам компетенции ЕАЭС. Значительное влияние на показатель ЦУР оказывает гарантируемая в рамках ЕАЭС свобода движения товаров. Граждане наших государств ощущают практические преимущества от организации в ЕАЭС свободы движения рабочей силы. Для трудящихся из государств-членов ЕАЭС нет необходимости в получении разрешений на работу, подтверждения документов об образовании, выданных в государствах-членах ЕАЭС. Наши государства формируют единый рынок услуг. Около 50% всего объема услуг, оказываемых в рамках ЕАЭС, осуществляется по единым правилам. Их число постоянно растет. Для обеспечения свободы движения капитала государства-члены договорились о поэтапной гармонизации национальных законодательств в сферах регулирования финансовых рынков. Весомый вклад в достижение ЦУР государственными членами ЕС внесла цифровая повестка ЕАЭС и запущенные цифровые проекты. Достижение ЦУР во многом связано с эффективностью реализации климатической повестки. Наши 5 стран понимают важность обеспечения всеобщего доступа к устойчивым и современным источникам энергии и принятия мер по борьбе с изменением климата. Сформирован банк климатических технологий и цифровых инициатив, в том числе касающихся учета углеродного следа, утвержден перечень критериев зеленых проектов государств-членов ЕАЭС. ЕС выступает за равноправный диалог интеграционных структур и видит в этом залог более эффективного функционирования мировой экономической архитектуры. Также высоко ценим внимание к вопросам регионального сотрудничества со стороны ООН, ее региональных комиссий и организаций системы ООН. Выражаем заинтересованность в изучении лучшего мирового опыта по реформированию отраслей экономики, направленного на достижение цели устойчивого развития, что является особенно важным в свете предстоящего определения стратегии дальнейшего развития ЕАЭС. Достижение цели устойчивого развития – общее дело, ради которого необходимо объединять усилия и мобилизовать существующие ресурсы всем участникам международных отношений. В национальном качестве хотел бы отметить следующее. Согласно с неутешительными оценками секретариата ООН прогресса в достижении ЦУР, среди причин сложившейся ситуации мы видим допущенные США и Европейским Союзом просчеты в макроэкономической политике в период пандемии, форсированное озеленение экономики без учета социальных эффектов мер по декарбонизации и их экономической эффективности, нежелание доноров выполнять взятые на себя обязательства перед развивающимися странами. Негативный эффект усилила политика незаконных односторонних санкций, которой уделяется незаслуженно малое внимание в действиях ООН. Таким образом, развивающиеся страны стали заложниками ситуации. Россия, вопреки давлению, продолжит оставаться ответственным поставщиком продовольствия, удобрений и энергоресурсов. Понимаем их важность для развивающихся стран Азии, Африки, Латинской Америки и Ближнего Востока в контексте улучшения соответствующих показателей целей устойчивого развития. Убеждены, что дальнейший прогресс в деле обеспечения продовольственной и энергетической безопасности будет во многом зависеть от укрепления международных партнерств, денополизации рынков сопутствующих услуг и создания альтернативных систем проведения платежей, страхования, транспорта и логистики. Что касается реализации повестки 2030 в нашей стране, ее положение интегрировано в национальное законодательство. По каждой ЦУР в России в последние годы показывается позитивная динамика, нацеленная на прогресс по всем трем аспектам устойчивого развития – экономическим, социальным, природоохранным. Убеждены, что для выхода на позитивную глобальную динамику по ЦУР необходимо вернуться к уважительному диалогу между государствами, базирующимися на суверенном равенстве всех членов международного сообщества и уважении Устава ООН во всех его полноте. Полная версия выступления от имени ЕС и национальном качестве передана секретариату ООН. Спасибо.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister of the Russian Federation and now give the floor to Her Excellency Retno Marsudi, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Indonesia, speaking on behalf of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Madam President, I'm pleased to deliver a statement on behalf of the ASEAN member states. ASEAN is strongly committed to achieve the SDGs in our region. We will continue to promote in complementarities with ASEAN Community Vision 2025. Second, we commit to achieve a resilient ASEAN community and work together to increase investment in human resources development, improving resilient regional economic architecture supported by digital transformation, resilient supply chain, and sustainable energy security. We also reaffirm our support to the strengthening of multilateralism with the UN at its core by solidifying adherence to the principle of the UN Charter. And we emphasize our resolve to bring the trajectory of SDGs. The current global order is simply unfit to provide equal opportunity for the global South. As a result, we are tremendously off track to meet the SDGs by 2030. We have no other option other than to create conducive environment where developing countries can grow and make developmental leaps. We need to put an end to trade discrimination. The global South must have the opportunity to develop downstream industry. As ASEAN chair this year, Indonesia set the foundation for ASEAN to be the regional hub for EV and battery manufacture, to play bigger role in global supply chain, to foster green economy, and to make Southeast Asia as an epicentrum of growth. Madam President, our target for 2030 is imminent. We need a renewed sense of focus and determination, and the time is now. I thank you very much.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Indonesia, and now give the floor to Her Excellency Alicia Bárcena Ibarra, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Mexico, speaking also on behalf of Indonesia, the Republic of Korea, Turkey, and Australia, MICTA.
It is my honor, Madam President, to deliver this statement on behalf of MICTA members, Indonesia, Korea, Turkey, Australia, and my own country, Mexico. 10 years ago, in the sidelines of the 68th UN General Assembly, our 5 countries agreed to establish a platform to foster cross-regional dialogue, boost mutual understanding, identify avenues for cooperation, and promote an inclusive and resilient world. We emphasize the importance of a strong and coordinated response to current challenges, both at regional and global levels. Thanks to its participation in forums such as G20, WTO, and the UN, MICTA has given special attention to foster effective, transparent, and inclusive and people-oriented multilateralism. At the halfway point of Agenda 2030, MICTA is really concerned that the world is off track in the progress to achieve SDGs. Therefore, the SDG Summit presents a key opportunity to consolidate a global pledge to propel efforts towards the accomplishment of the 2030 Agenda as the globally agreed blueprint for sustainable future. MICTA members reiterate their commitment to promote sustainable development worldwide and to achieve the 2030 Agenda. And as such, our 5 countries have presented their voluntary national reviews demonstrating the unwavering support to SDG progress. Furthermore, the group recognizes the valuable contributions of multi-stakeholders such as civil society, academia, parliaments, and the private sector and local governments. Therefore, we will continue to open spaces for their continuous engagement. MICTA believes that individual efforts will not be sufficient to overcome the obstacles that stem from current crisis. Only coordinated actions can translate into constructive and effective solutions. Thanks to its cross-regional membership and its potential areas of economic development, MICTA is well placed to act as a bridge builder to create synergies that propel the value of circular and creative economies to channel the contributions of people. The achievement of gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls is a core priority of MICTA. Our group reaffirms its support for increased international cooperation to achieve SDGs, including working together to mobilize all sources of financing for development and to bridge capacities gaps needed to achieve Agenda 2030. MICTA underscores the need for affordable, adequate, and accessible financing from all sources, in particular harnessing the potential of innovative financing, particularly from the private sector, blended finance, investment, and SDG-linked bonds. Before concluding, Madam President, we reiterate that SDGs will remain at the core of our agenda. Hence, MICTA reiterates its commitment to strengthen our cooperation within and beyond our membership to mobilize collective efforts and to foster collaboration with a clear objective of leaving no one behind. Let me turn to my Mexican capacity for a moment. Turn to Spanish, by the way. México tiene un índice de cumplimiento de 69.7% de acuerdo con el reporte de Naciones Unidas de 2023. Desde hace 5 años, en México hemos puesto en el centro de las políticas públicas el bienestar de las personas. Gracias al combate a la corrupción, a una mayor eficiencia del gasto público y al incremento de la recaudación sin subir impuestos ni contraer deuda, hoy 7 de cada 10 hogares reciben recursos públicos a través de programas sociales como pensiones universales a adultos mayores, becas para estudiantes y apoyos para elevar la producción en el campo. 2 ejemplos. El programa Sembrando Vida, con una inversión de $1.600 millones, representa el esfuerzo de reforestación productiva más grande del mundo. Tiene como objetivo contribuir al bienestar de 500,000 de sembradores y sembradoras a través del impulso de la autosuficiencia alimentaria. Atendemos la pobreza rural y la degradación ambiental. Y segundo, Jóvenes Construyendo el Futuro, que es una experiencia de los centros de trabajo con la energía de los jóvenes para impulsar oportunidades laborales. En este programa se ha invertido más de 5,000 millones de dólares y se ha capacitado a más de 2,600,000 jóvenes para que nunca más en México podamos actuar sin los jóvenes. La política social del Gobierno de México, acompañada de factores económicos importantes como los máximos en inversión extranjera, en empleo y de un incremento del salario mínimo del 90%, han permitido sacar de la pobreza a más de 5 millones de mexicanos. Podemos rendir buenas cuentas en el que quizás el ODS más apremienta de alcanzar, el que corresponde al fin de la pobreza, porque como dice el presidente López Obrador, por el bien de todos, primero los pobres. Ratificamos el compromiso para alcanzar los ODS. En un mes convocaremos a la Convención Nacional sobre Agenda 2030 por parte de la Secretaría de Economía. Seguiremos movilizando recursos domésticos, pero hacemos un llamado para incrementar el financiamiento y las inversiones y alinear la arquitectura financiera internacional para aliviar la deuda, emitir derechos especiales de giro, especialmente para el sur global, y sobre todo a países de ingreso medio y los pequeños estados insulares. Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Mexico. The forum has heard the last speaker in the plenary segment and has thus completed the program of work for this meeting. The meeting is adjourned.
And dreamed of being a doctor. But her parents' last remaining cattle had just died in the drought. Elizabeth's dad, Moses, told me the only way he could ensure Elizabeth's survival was through offering her for early marriage. Moses simply could not afford to feed and educate Elizabeth. Moses looked me straight in the eye. He asked me a question I will never forget. He said this: in my position, what would you do? World Vision staff intervened, we gave financial support, and Elizabeth is thankfully back at school. This is a story of threatened futures repeated the world over, and we cannot stand by. We know that fulfilling child rights delivers a substantive return on investment for societies. So why are essential services that support children being deprioritised? The only way to get the SDGs back on track is to put children at the very heart of our efforts. That's why we call on all member states and all partners to put children first, to promote the rights of all marginalised children and champion girls' rights, to support children's meaningful participation. This Wednesday evening, World Vision is launching our new global campaign that we call Enough. It's an ambitious call to end child hunger and malnutrition. It's about enough nutritious food, enough funding, enough political will. We say enough. No child will suffer from hunger if we act together now. World Vision is the largest child-focused NGO, but we need your partnership and we welcome your partnership. Together, we must say enough for children like Elizabeth across the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the President of World Vision for his moving statement. And with this, we have finished our interventions and statements, and I would like to finish the first leaders' dialogue in this room, and to sum up saying that thank you so much for these sincere interventions. Thank you for sharing us your commitment, but also your concerns and your challenges regarding the Sustainable Development Goals. And we are all committed for the fulfillment of the for the SDGs. And I would like to highlight that I believe that we all proved with our interventions that education is the only way out of poverty. demographics is key to sustainability, and comprehensive health is a decisive element of our everyday lives. So once again, thank you so much for all the participants of the Leaders Dialogue 1 on scaling up actions on key transitions to accelerate SDG progress, and a very good continuation for you all. So this this part of the summit is now over.
The speakers, no? So we really cut off. the same function. Heads of State and Government, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, could you kindly take your seats? Leaders Dialogue 2 is about to begin.
Heads of State and Government, Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I call to order Leaders Dialogue 2 of the High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development, convened under the auspices of the General Assembly, the SDG Summit on Building Resilience and Leaving No One Behind. Let me take this opportunity to cordially welcome all of you to this Leaders Dialogue. I'm honored to serve as your co-moderator together with His Excellency Philippe J. Pierre, Prime Minister of St. Lucia. As a brief background on the theme, marginalized population groups are negatively affected most by slow progress or even regression on SDGs. Transformative actions must give priority to the well-being of those left farthest behind and improve resilience to shocks and systemic challenges such as climate change. We know investment in social protection, quality education, and universal health care, and the empowerment of women and girls are catalysts with strong multiplier effects, not only in terms of enhancing the capability and resilience of those left behind, but also building inclusive and resilient societies for achieving sustainable development goals. This dialogue will focus on how we scale up actions. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm greatly honored to speak to this distinguished audience at the United Nations. At today's session of the SDG Summit, we will explore different perspectives on building resilience. This focus on resilience resonates very strongly across the world. Since the adoption of the 2030 Agenda, we have all witnessed many barriers to global. They all have cascading and devastating effects on socio-economic conditions, particularly in developing countries. Against this backdrop, what have we learned? What should we do to build resilience? let me share a few examples from my own country. In times of crisis, investing in social resilience and social safety nets is particularly important to ensure that no one is left behind. In Poland, our priority is to provide support especially to persons in vulnerable situations, as well as families, children, and older persons. Poland's solidarity and social resilience was best manifested by the remarkable assistance to Ukrainian refugees fleeing the Russian aggression. We have made every effort to integrate refugees into our national systems of healthcare, education, and employment. Secondly, resilience of Poland is also embodied by transitions and adaptation. The war in Europe exposed, among many other challenges, the necessity for enhanced and trust-based collaboration in energy sector. Our answer to this has been investing in diversification of energy supplies and promoting just transition. On top of solidarity and the adaptive capacity, resilience also manifests itself by connectivity. I want to underline that infrastructure connections remain the backbone of socio-economic progress everywhere. Earlier this year, Poland tabled the UN General Assembly resolution on the topic of building global resilience and promoting sustainable development through regional and interregional infrastructure connectivity. Finally, in modern times, resilience is not possible without technological progress. Digitalization of healthcare in Poland serves as one example of how new technologies can be used to positive effect. I'm convinced that digital government initiatives such as e-health, e-administration, and e-taxes will be further developed as they help our people in everyday life. We are ready to share these solutions with our partners in the spirit of solidarity, as we already do in the field of tax systems. We are here at the SDG Summit to provide our political guidance on how to accelerate socio-economic progress. Poland's strategic vision of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda was presented on the occasion of voluntary international review in July this year. Let me underline some of our commitments. My country will spare no efforts to reduce the rates of poverty nationwide, including poverty in families, especially those with many children. Poland will also continue to strengthen policy coherence, governance, and institutional capacity for sustainable development. Furthermore, we will continue to advance a fair and just energy transition, including by the development of renewable energy sources and nuclear energy. It is my belief that our discussions today will revive our collective determination to preserve development gains and the prospects for global progress. Thank you. I now invite my co-moderator, His Excellency Philippe J. Pierre, Prime Minister of St. Lucia, to make his opening remarks.
Thank you, President Judah. It's my honor as well to serve with you as co-chair of this dialogue. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, good afternoon. As leaders, we know all too well that the essence of our mandate is to build resilience and leave no one behind. We gather today against the backdrop of persistent and escalating crises that expose our vulnerabilities. As leader of a small island developing state, my own commitment of putting people first is my guiding principle for advancing St. Lucia's developmental agenda. The structural vulnerabilities that St. Lucia and other cities face are constantly compounded by new and emerging challenges. The adverse impacts of climate change, biodiversity loss, geopolitical tensions and conflicts, and consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic have amplified the need to build resilience as a top priority to secure development gains and leave no one behind. For St. Lucia, the changing risk landscape requires building resilience across social, economic, political, financial, and ecological systems. As a government, our focus is to promote equity and enhance the well-being and capacity of poor and vulnerable households within St. Lucia. All of this is aimed at protecting their consumption, investing in their future, and contributing meaningfully to national sustainable development. The government of St. Lucia remains committed to ensuring an enabling environment that facilitates a broad range of social protection actions and programs within society to address the challenges and build resilience across the economic, social, and environmental landscape. At this halfway point towards 2040, it is imperative that we capitalize on all opportunities to build resilience, reduce risks, and accelerate sustainable development. We must strengthen solidarity and cooperation among nations to ensure that no one, no citizen, no ecosystem is left behind. We are well aware of the intersectional and transnational nature of our crises. What we need is action and the commitment of those who have the capacity to deliver. The time is now to give real meaning to building resilience and leaving no one behind. Colleagues, leaders, our capacities vary, our realities are different, but we do have a common agenda. We are here to advance the best interests of all our people. I now look forward to hearing from you on how we can enhance resilience, ensure a people-centered and human rights-based approach to sustainable development, and what concrete actions can be pursued to safeguard the well-being of all, leaving no one behind. Distinguished participants, we will now proceed to hear statements by those inscribed on the list of speakers. Before calling on the first speaker, may I remind delegations that statements are strictly limited to 3 minutes. Due to the high interest in the dialogue and to ensure that all speakers can deliver their statements in the limited time available, the 3-minute limit will be observed. Should speakers exceed this limit, the microphone will be automatically deactivated after a short grace period of 10 seconds. We apologize in advance if speakers are cut off. To assist speakers in managing their time, a countdown clock will be visible on the screen. When the clock signifies that the 3 minutes have been exhausted, speakers are kindly requested to conclude their statements. Delegations can submit full versions of longer interventions to the Secretariat for posting on the SDG Summit website. I now give the floor to His Excellency Gustavo Petro Urrego, President of the Republic of Colombia.
Bien, un saludo a la mesa que organiza esta reunión, cumbre de los ODS, y a todos y todas ustedes. Indudablemente, si hacemos un balance de nuestra última reunión hace un año, y los problemas de la humanidad se han agravado. La guerra sigue, la pobreza y el hambre están en aumento, la crisis del clima muestra uno de los niveles más feroces este año que los anteriores, y los objetivos de cumplir con los ODS están más lejanos que nunca en el horizonte de la humanidad. Todo eso se concentra quizás en un indicador fundamental, el éxodo humano en el planeta. Crecen los millones, las millones de personas que en caravanas, en forma multitudinaria, cruzan mares y selvas en medio de sufrimientos catastróficos para llegar del sur al norte. La magnitud del éxodo es quizás el indicador más importante y transparente de los fracasos de los gobiernos del mundo. ¿Qué hacer si la crisis arrecia en la humanidad? Yo les propondría dos cosas. Una es que tengamos tiempo de pensar, de concentrarnos, de debatir entre los pueblos del mundo. Ese tiempo nos lo quita la guerra. Naciones Unidas y la humanidad tienen que acelerar el camino para acabar las guerras ya. Les propongo en concreto hacer dos conferencias de paz, una sobre la guerra en Ucrania y otra sobre el conflicto sobre Palestina, porque uno y otro se parecen. Acabar la guerra tiene un sentido, tener el tiempo para repensar, y creo que este es el núcleo fundamental para solucionar una crisis integral, la reestructuración del sistema financiero mundial. El FMI puede emitir derechos especiales de giro para pagar a los dueños de la deuda en el mundo, una parte sustancial de ella. Y con los espacios liberados, fiscales y financieros, con fondos públicos en cada país, podemos adelantar un gran plan Marshall para solucionar los elementos fundamentales de la crisis climática y alcanzar sustancialmente los objetivos ODS en el milenio en esta época. Reestructurar el sistema financiero mundial se vuelve un imperativo categórico para la humanidad.
I thank the President of the Republic of Colombia. I now give the floor to His Excellency Chandra Prasad Santokhi, President of the Republic of Suriname.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Co-Chair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The multiple global and national crises, such as the debt burden, domestic effects of climate change, the financial economic downturn following the COVID-19 pandemic, but also the impact of the raging war in Ukraine, have challenged the implementation of the SDGs on a major scale. The limited available financial and technical resources had to be allocated out of necessity for many urgencies, just to make sure that no one was left behind in my country. At the national level, these crises have also had a negative impact on the resilience of our people. Chair, at the global level, we have seen also that many countries with many people were left behind. These crises have demonstrated that we still live in an unequal world, and in this regard, Suriname has made efforts to integrally mainstream the SDGs in its national policies and planning frameworks. For this reason, Suriname has established a national SDG commission and an SDG platform with participation of all stakeholders. My government has prioritized providing financial support to those vulnerable groups in our societies, also in remote areas of the countries. In this context of leaving no one behind, our Parliament is working on a revised civil code which will focus on the importance of gender equality and equity. Suriname is in process of establishing a child ombudsman institution, reaffirming its commitment to the ratification of the Convention on the Rights of the Child. The government of Suriname has undertaken, with UNDP support, the digital readiness assessment providing access to free Wi-Fi in schools. Furthermore, Mr. Chair, at youth level, the SDG Youth Ambassador Program has been established, and recently the chairman of this program was elected, and also a youth council was elected and installed. We express our appreciation to the United Nations for the financial support of the SDG-funded Agri-Food System Transformation Accelerator Program to support the Pineapple Project, which will not only be good source for vitamin and food security, but also create jobs and income for especially women in specific rural areas. Mr. Chair, the government has also committed itself to the holistic management of our water resources through integrated water management system. And we are continuing to diversify our economy by supporting the micro, small, and medium enterprises. In closing, Mr. Chair, all I want to reiterate is that for small developing countries with a low-lying coastal area, the fiscal pressure due to other crises beyond our doing is real, a daily problem which needs to be addressed also. Despite all these challenges, Suriname remains committed to the spirit behind and real objectives of the agreed SDGs. Let us remember that building resilience and leaving no one behind is not a choice. As a carbon-negative country, we feel that it is our responsibility and obligation to protect our planet, and we deliver our part for this and future generations. I thank you, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
I now give the floor to Excellency Maia Sandu, President of the Republic of Moldova.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, as we convene today, it is undeniably evident that our world stands at a critical juncture. We all know the bitter truth. The Sustainable Development Goals are off track to meet the 2030 deadline. I believe that every nation, regardless of its size or developmental stage, must now step up its contribution towards achieving the SDGs. As President of the Republic of Moldova, let me assure you that my country is committed to contributing to the successful realization of the rescue plan for people and planet. I must confess that the past few years have not been easy for us. While still recovering from the socio-economic consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic, Moldova was severely affected by the improve our ranking in the Sustainable Development Goal Index by 20 positions in this period. From 48th place in 2021, we now rank 25th. This crisis has forced us to accelerate the most vulnerable from rising energy prices, took steps to increase energy efficiency, and are currently pursuing renewable sources. It was also last year that we achieved important progress in modernizing existing roads and bridges and even building new ones, thus in the short term helping maintain supply routes to and from Ukraine, but also for the longer term contributing to the development of sustainable cities and communities. It is with these lessons that in June our government adopted the national plan Building European Moldova that is aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, with each of the 20 actions contained in the plan directly contributing to progress on 1, 2, or 3 SDGs. The plan is based on the historical transformative choice that our people have made, that the future of Moldova is in the European Union, that there lies the promise and guarantee for democracy, prosperity, security, and peace. Allow me to give you only a few examples. One priority action refers to enhancing the energy efficiency of residential buildings and public buildings in the social sphere. This will contribute to SDG 7, affordability, affordable and clean energy, and to SDG 13, climate action. Another priority area seeks to reform the social assistance system.
I thank the President of the Republic of Moldova. I apologize for the I now give the floor to His Excellency Marcelo Rebelo de Sousa, President of the Portuguese Republic.
Distintos senhores co-presidentes, excelências, encontramos-nos a meio do percurso do calendário da Agenda 2030 e continuamos a perder terreno. O contexto é crítico, crises múltiplas, pandemia, guerra, impactos devastadores e desiguais, afetando sobretudo países em desenvolvimento e grupos vulneráveis. Temos de agir. Temos de garantir mais resultados de rapidez para os roteiros nacionais dos SDGs. Mais resilientes, mais justos, mais verdes, mais capazes de prevenir riscos de catástrofes, mais inclusivos, mais promotores dos direitos das mulheres, da solidariedade entre gerações, da integração dos migrantes e da participação dos jovens. Apoiamos, em Portugal, a realização de uma cimeira social mundial bem-sucedida e com resultados visíveis. Avançamos no nosso país com a neutralidade carbónica para 2045, para a redução de emissões de carbono insustentáveis, para 60% de energias renováveis em 2030 e já 80% de eletricidade em 2026. Chamamos a atenção para a importância da ligação entre o clima e os oceanos, para a redução das catástrofes, para a proteção civil preventiva, para o sistema integrado de combate às desigualdades provocadas pelas catástrofes. Apoiamos o alerta precoce para todos do secretário-geral António Guterres. Pensamos que é essencial o financiamento acrescido mundial aos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável. Avançamos com um projeto piloto com Cabo Verde, que é um projeto multiplicável noutros países, nomeadamente em África, de conversão da dívida pública em investimento num fundo climático e ambiental. Temos muito tempo perdido. Tempo demais perdido. Não podemos defraudar o legado para as gerações futuras. É nosso dever honrar o compromisso da Agenda 2030. Em nome da humanidade e do planeta. Não podemos falhar. Não vamos falhar.
I thank the President of the Portuguese Republic. I now give the floor to His Excellency Lazarus Makafi Shanwera, President of the Republic of Malawi.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, halfway to the year 2030, it is clear that there is slow progress in implementing the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, especially in developing countries like Malawi. For us, our progress has been consistently challenged by the escalating frequency and severity of shocks. Since 2015, Malawi has faced 4 cyclones, droughts, COVID-19, the worst cholera outbreak in our history, and the adverse economic effects of the war in Eastern Europe. Collectively, these have had devastating impacts on our economy. Not only have these shocks eroded our hard-earned development gains, they have also plunged many of our citizens deeper into poverty. And to make matters worse, at a time when debts should be canceled for the collective good of freeing resources for SDG advancement, we are forced to go deeper into debt to keep our economies from collapsing under the weight of crippling inflation and interest rates. Take Malawi, for instance. In March of this year, Tropical Cyclone Freddy affected over 2.2 million people, displaced more than 650,000 people, killed over 1,000 people, and caused economic losses of worth over $500 million. Yet, with mountains of debt shackling our efforts to build resilience and achieve sustainability, our hopes of success in SDG attainment are marginal at best. And so we must address these restraints on Malawi's progress, just as not a matter of national interest alone. It is a moral imperative for the international community. One key accelerator for SDG attainment we must exploit is cutting-edge technology. We can revolutionize key sectors outlined in the Doha Program of Action, such as trade, health, agriculture. Digital platforms and e-commerce can empower least developed countries to access global markets on equitable terms. Infrastructure, smart solutions, digital connectivity can bridge gaps and promote inclusivity and accessibility. Technological innovations are amazing at bolstering inclusive development. And this is what we are doing with our farmers, irrigation, electricity access, solar incentives, and minimum wage. Thank you.
I thank the President of the Republic of Malawi for his statement. And now I give the floor to His Excellency Rashad Mohammed Al-Alimi, President of the Presidential Leadership Council of the Republic of Yemen.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السادة رؤساء الدول والحكومات، يسعدني أن أشارككم حواركم الرفيع هذا حول أجندة التنمية المستدامة التي تتخلف بلادي عن ركاب الوفاء بالتزاماتها تحت ضغط ظروف الحرب القاهرة والأزمة الإنسانية العميقة التي تستمر الميليشيات الحوثية في مفاقمتها للعام التاسع بدعم من النظام الإيراني. السيدات والسادة، لقد قلبت الحرب في بلادي الأولويات رأسا على عقب لتصبح معها بعض الأجندة التنموية التي كانت ضرورية في الأوضاع الطبيعية إلى هامش الاحتياجات الأساسية المتمثلة بالغذاء والدواء والماء والكهرباء، خصوصا في ظل توقف الصادرات النفطية منذ عام كامل بسبب هجمات الميليشيات الإرهابية على الموانئ النفطية. منذ أيام عاد ملايين من الأطفال إلى مدارسهم في ظروف بالغة القسوة مع انهيار شبكة الحماية الحكومية اللازمة لتحسين أوضاع قطاع التعليم الذي يتسرب منه سنويا أعداد هائلة من الفتيان والفتيات. السيدات والسادة، إن الحديث عن أجندة التنمية المستدامة التي تضمن المشاركة المجتمعية في بلادي وتوظيف التكنولوجيا لخلق فرص عمل وتجويد الحياة بات ضربا من المستحيل في مناطق سيطرة الميليشيات الكثيفة السكان باعتبارها تدخلا أجنبيا ناعما كما تدعي تلك الميليشيات متخادمة مع تنظيم القاعدة وداعش. السيدات والسادة، هناك إجراءات وخطط واعدة لمجلس القيادة الرئاسي والحكومة على صعيد تحسين الخدمات والبنية التحتية وتمكين النساء وتفعيل دور أجهزة تنفيذ القانون. وهناك دعم يقدم لحكومتي من قبل الأخوة الأشقاء في المملكة العربية السعودية الشقيقة والإمارات العربية المتحدة والتي مكنتنا من تقديم هذه الخدمات، ونتطلع إلى أن نتحول قضية الإغاثة الإنسانية إلى قضية التنمية المستدامة. شكرا لكم، ونتمنى أن تحظى اليمن بدعم دولي من كافة المؤسسات الدولية لكي تتمكن من العودة إلى أهداف التنمية المستدامة. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
I thank the President of the Presidential Leadership Council of the Republic of Yemen. And now I give the floor to His Excellency Olaf Scholz, Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, time is of the essence. This holds true for our meeting here today. And it also holds true for our joint efforts to reach the Sustainable Development Goals. 2030 is only 7 years away. And as we have heard from the Secretary General, we are currently not on track. So I will focus my remarks on 2 proposals that could help us get back on track. My first point is financing. Germany stands by its commitments. We are the second largest donor of official development assistance in the world. Last year, we once again surpassed the 0.7% goal. And during our G7 presidency last year, we set up the Global Alliance for Food Security. In total, Germany provided €5 billion to address the most tragic global repercussions of Russia's war against Ukraine's hunger. But national development budgets alone won't be sufficient. That is why we are working to reform the international finance architecture, especially the World Bank. Our goal is to improve its ability to fight poverty and to finance global public goods. In this regard, Germany strongly supports innovative financing instruments. For the first time ever, we will provide over €300 million of hybrid capital. This capital will serve to leverage the World Bank's investment for an up to 8-fold return. We also need to address the soaring debt crisis in many developing countries. Debt transparency plays a key role here, as does the full implementation of the G20 framework for debt restructuring by all. My second point concerns trade and how to join forces with the private sector. According to the WHO, the number of people living in absolute poverty worldwide has fallen by 3/4 since 1990. That tremendous success is due to the positive effects of globalization. Today, the global move towards renewable energy and efforts to diversify supply chains provide new opportunities for economic development. Germany, and that includes our business sector, supports the idea that the first stage of processing should take place in the countries where raw materials are found or where renewable energy is being produced. We promote this through targeted cooperation agreements. Ladies and gentlemen, time is of essence, and so is confidence in what we can achieve together.
I thank the Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany. And now I give the floor to His Excellency John Britannia, Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment of Belize.
Excellencies, Belize is deeply troubled at the slow progress of implementation of the SDGs. While ongoing crises are deterring our efforts, systemic inequities at global levels have long been undermining our aspirations. Today, I reaffirm Belize's unwavering commitment to achieving the SDGs. These goals remain the only ambitious, universally agreed blueprint to achieve an equitable and sustainable future for all. The highest priority for my government is reducing poverty. Belize commits to reducing poverty by 50% by 2030, in alignment with the fundamental principle of leaving no one behind. We are committed to redoubling our actions to build resilience and ensure that everyone wins by implementing the National Energy Policy, the National Land Use Policy, develop a comprehensive industrial strategy that integrates green and blue industrial policies, achieve protection of 30% of the marine space by 2026, including protection of 20% of the coral reef, implement our national blue economic policy. We further commit to reducing land degradation through our land restoration strategy, mitigate biodiversity loss via the revised national biodiversity strategy, implement integrated water resource management approaches, and foster agroforestry systems. By 2024, implement a national risk management plan supplemented by disaster-specific strategies for hurricanes, floods, and droughts. By 2025, finalize a special education policy, expand the free education policy programs in impoverished areas, implement early childhood development investments, expand adult remedial initiatives. Approve by 2024 a costed social program, social protection strategy. Implement by 2026 our national digital agenda to modernize governance. To accelerate achievement of all SDGs, we will legally establish and resource an empowered Sustainable Development Department. Regrettably, international cooperation and development finance are not at the scale required. I reiterate Belize's urgent call for reform of the international financial architecture and the adoption of the multidimensional vulnerability index. The SDGs is a collective commitment. Taiwan and other partners are supporting our pursuit, and I call others to join us in inclusivity, equity, and solidarity to build a sustainable future. Thank you.
I thank the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment of Belize. I now give the floor to His Excellency Pedro Sánchez Pérez Castellón, President of the Government of Spain. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Señor Presidente, señoras y señores, las sucesivas crisis globales a las que nos enfrentamos han puesto de manifiesto la importancia de articular mecanismos conjuntos para progresar y responder a los más vulnerables. Hemos aprendido que construimos sociedades más fuertes, solidarias o resilientes o no estaremos bien preparados para acometer las profundas transformaciones que necesitamos para alcanzar los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible y encarar el futuro de progreso y prosperidad. Esta vez, en consecuencia, no podemos fallar. La década para la acción no está perdida y debemos actuar. Y así lo ha entendido mi país. En el plano doméstico, en estos años hemos dedicado ingentes esfuerzos económicos para armar un escudo social robusto que protegiera a los más vulnerables. Y hemos puesto en marcha profundas reformas, implementado políticas públicas en el ámbito del empleo, la educación, la salud, la igualdad de género, la inclusión social, la digitalización y la lucha contra la emergencia climática sin que nadie quede atrás. Y hemos hecho de las políticas de prevención y de reducción de riesgos una prioridad, que incluyen la publicación del marco de gestión del riesgo de catástrofes en España. Y en el plano internacional, y con la firme convicción, mi país seguirá contribuyendo de manera decisiva a los distintos instrumentos de Naciones Unidas para avanzar en el cumplimiento de la Agenda 2030 y hacer realidad los ODS en el mundo. Hemos dotado de una nueva ley de cooperación internacional en que nos comprometemos a dedicar el 0,7% de nuestra renta nacional bruta a la ayuda oficial al desarrollo en el año 2030 y, además, durante el periodo 2024-2027 realizaremos nuevas aportaciones financieras. Uno, aumentaremos nuestra contribución al Fondo Conjunto DS, del que ya somos el segundo donante, llegando a los 120 millones de euros. Apoyaremos al Fondo Internacional de Desarrollo Agrícola con 20 millones de euros para seguir reforzando la seguridad alimentaria y aspiramos a estar entre los 10 primeros donantes con nuestras contribuciones al Fondo Fiduciario para propósitos especiales y el presupuesto ordinario de las agencias entre 2024 y 2027. España quiere tener un papel activo en todo el debate que está impulsando el secretario general y por eso deseamos acoger la cuarta cumbre de financiación para el desarrollo sostenible que se celebrará en el año 2025. Queremos que tenga un impacto verdaderamente transformador y para ello debemos empezar a trabajar desde ya. Al tiempo de actuar, pues evidentemente es ahora. Aprovechemos esta importante cita para renovar con determinación y con firmeza nuestro compromiso ineludible con la Agenda 2030 y sus objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Nada más y muchas gracias.
I thank the President of the Government of Spain, and now I give the floor to His Excellency Hamza Abdi Barre, Prime Minister of Federal Republic of Somalia.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Mr. President, Somalia's journey towards XCDG implementation is one of their determination and amidst adversity, despite the challenge of conflict and pervert worse by recurrent shocks and extreme effects of climate change. Our commitment remains unyielding, and we are proud of the progress we have done so far. Mr. President, most notably, we have aligned our National Development Plan, NDP 9, with 80 out of 103 SDG indicators. And since 2017, we have strived addressing multi-dimensional buffer and have succeeded in lowering buffer rates by 15%. We achieved a 43% reduction in maternal mortality rate and have succeeded to increase literacy rates for women aged 15 to 24 by 12.4%. Mr. President, in our relentless pursuit of DGs, Somalia is committed to take tangible actions to both national and the global level. On a national level, Somalia is committed to increase investment in education and to reduce illiteracy rate, expand access to quality education, and promote technical and vocational training. We pledge to accelerate efforts to eradicate gender-based violence and ensure greater representation of women in leadership positions. We also commit to prioritizing sustainable agriculture practice, improve water resource management, boost food security, and enhance resilience and adaptation to climate change to ensure a more sustainable future for our nation. On our global level, Somalia will actively engage in global partnerships to foster international cooperation in achieving the SDGs while taking a more active role in global advocacy and awareness-raising efforts. Mr. President, we cannot afford to wait any longer. The time for decisive actions is now. Let us commit to ensuring a better future for all of humanity. Thank you very much.
I thank the Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Somalia. I now give the floor to His Excellency Antonio Tajani, Vice President of the Council of Ministers and Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Italy.
Thank you, Chair. Italy is at the forefront of the effort of the international community to achieve sustainable development goals. The challenge today is in Africa. Political and economic instability, climate change, food insecurity, health crisis. These factors of crisis together have set in motion an arc of instability that goes from the Gulf of Guinea to the Gulf of Aden. Our challenge is enormous. The situation is not about to explode, it has already exploded. First, let me be very clear. The immigration issues is beyond control. The consequences of instability in so many countries is creating a flood of migrants from the Sahel region, West Africa and East Africa. Individual states or regions cannot address these challenges alone. Por eso, debemos abordar en seguridad las raíces del problema de la inmigración para solucionarlo, incluso a través de la colaboración en la seguridad alimentaria. En julio, Italia acogió en Roma, en colaboración con las Naciones Unidas, la cumbre de seguridad alimentaria. El gobierno italiano pide soluciones globales y estratégicas para abordarlos. Une chose est claire, nous devons écouter l'Afrique. Nous devons regarder l'Afrique avec des lunettes africaines, pas avec des lunettes européennes ou italiennes. En juillet, l'Italie accueillit à Rome la conférence internationale sur le développement et la migration. Nous avons lancé le processus de Rome dans le but de faire face aux causes profondes de la migration qui sont étroitement liées au défi global dont on parle aujourd'hui. Notre engagement envers les objectifs de développement durable ne peut pas réussir si nous ne luttons pas sérieusement contre les trafiquants d'êtres humains qui volent l'avenir des dizaines de milliers de jeunes africains chaque jour. Des marchands de la mort qui ont transformé la Méditerranée en cimetière où l'avenir de l'Afrique meurt. We need a new global plan from the United Nations. We need a greater commitment from all partners so that the United Nations must be the center, the engine of this endeavor. Only by winning first the fight against the merchants of death, we can hope to achieve our goals from a truly sustainable development. The Italian presidency of the G7 in 2024 will be inclusive. Focus will be creating the conditions for greater collaboration with all our global partners. You can count on Italy. Thank you very much.
I thank the Vice President, the Council of Ministers. Now give the floor to His Excellency Enrique Austria Manolo, Secretary for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of the Philippines.
Co-moderators, Excellencies, at the outset, allow me to express our deepest condolences and solidarity with the victims of the devastating earthquake in Morocco and the floods in Libya. These disasters reinforce the need to build resilience and leave no one behind. The Philippines commends Ireland and Qatar for co-facilitating the political declaration of the SDG summit, which we support. Guided by President Marcos' 8-point agenda, the Philippine long-term development vision and strategic framework aim for socioeconomic transformation of our society to safeguard the welfare of all Filipinos. By 2028, we aspire that all communities, institutions, and the natural and built environment in the country will be more resilient to the impacts of natural hazards and climate change. As a middle-income country highly vulnerable to disasters, we utilize a well-being lens approach through which efforts on climate change, adaptation, mitigation, and disaster risk reduction contribute to increased income and decent work opportunities, improved and inclusive quality public health education, and enhanced skills and human capital for innovation and resilience. To this end, the Philippines has adopted a national climate risk management framework, a natural disaster risk and reduction management plan, and guidelines for mainstreaming disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation. GeoRisk PH, a multi-government agency initiative, serves as a central information resource on natural hazards and risk assessment. And when disasters strike, Plan Smart Ready to Rebuild is a national planning tool for disaster rehabilitation and recovery throughout the country. Keenly aware that the challenges of sustainable development and resilience building require sharing of best practices, the Philippines is hosting the 2024 Asia-Pacific Ministerial Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction. As a reliable partner in building a healthier, more prosperous, and resilient tomorrow for future generations, the Philippines is ready to play its role so that sustainable is attainable and achieving the SDGs becomes a lasting reality. Thank you very much.
I thank the Secretary for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of the Philippines. I now give the floor to His Excellency Arat Mirazoyan, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Armenia.
Honorable moderators, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate the opportunity to speak at this important event to reflect on the achievements and challenges in the path of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Armenia remains strongly committed to the implementation of 2030 Agenda. Our ambitious reform agenda places people in the center of the government policies and strategies. We place an emphasis on good governance and transparency, building representative and accountable state institutions, and promoting zero tolerance against corruption. The institutional reforms have already been instrumental in attracting investments and promoting significant economic growth at 12.3% in 2022. Armenia's progress is also reflected in a number of well-known international indexes, scoring 54 points in freedom in the World Report, 49th place in the World Press Freedom, and 63rd in Transparency International's 2022 Corruption Perceptions Index. Ladies and gentlemen, none of the states can achieve sustainable development unilaterally, and it demands regional and international synergy. In this regard, maintaining regional peace and stability plays an instrumental role, and establishing peace in the South Caucasus is an absolute priority of our government. Unfortunately, continuous acts of aggression against the sovereign territory of Armenia, warmongering and hateful rhetoric of the highest leadership of Azerbaijan threaten the security and stability in our region, undermining Armenia's efforts to concentrate on sustainable development agenda. While I'm delivering my speech here, 120,000 people in South Caucasus, in particular in Nagorno-Karabakh, are facing a real humanitarian crisis. This situation is created due to the illegal blocking of the Lachin corridor by Azerbaijan since 12th of December last year, which was further consolidated through total closure of the corridor for free usage and even for humanitarian aid since 15th of June this year, in blatant disregard of the international humanitarian law and the legally binding orders of International Court of Justice. We believe that the United Nations can and should step in to uphold its values and principles and to deliver on its mandate of ensuring international peace and security and preventing atrocity crimes. The people of Nagorno-Karabakh have a right to live in peace and dignity in the lands of their ancestors. Dear colleagues, Armenia stands ready to contribute to the efforts of the international community to implement 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and create a safer, more secure and better world for the generations to come. And I thank you.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Armenia. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mawi Radidi, Minister of Environment of Jordan.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to be here with you today, halfway to our 2030 SDG journey. In Jordan, we have embraced the principle of leaving no one behind on this journey with determination and heart. The principle is an integral part of our government's approach. Jordan embarked on a new political, economic, and administrative modernization process developed through public-private dialogues, stimulating inclusive and sustainable growth, as well as creating economic opportunities for women and youth, while streamlining public services and unlocking the potential of individuals and of the country as a whole. We believe that evidence and data will support in identifying root causes of inequalities and thus inform the process of setting effective measures. In social protection, Jordan launched in 2019 a new and improved cash transfer program, tripling the coverage of the poor to 62% by 2021, the largest in the MENA region. Today, the program is a single-window social protection system. As of 2023, the Unified Cash Transfer Program composes 0.7% of our GDP. As for refugees and vulnerable populations, Jordan's commitment to leaving no one behind is manifested in the continuation of hosting around 3.85 million refugees, encompassing 33.6% of our population, taking the responsibility and burden on behalf of the world. Despite the challenging economic outlook, we continue providing humanitarian assistance, including food and shelter, in addition to essential services, including health, education, water protection, increased access to labor markets, and livelihood opportunities. We've invested heavily in our education system, ensuring that every child has access to quality education. We've expanded schools, reduced dropout rates, particularly among girls and marginalized communities. As for women's empowerment and gender equality, we've enacted legal reforms enabling and protecting women's rights. We've initiated programs to boost their participation in political, business, and education, and integrated the National Strategy for Women into the different reform executive programs. Healthcare is now accessible throughout the nation, even in remote areas. Economic opportunities are at the heart of our policies and reform agenda. Environmental sustainability, where Jordan faces climate and environmental challenges that have been compounded by the sharp increase in population due to external factors. We put forward actionable plans and sustainable policies to improve our natural resources and resilience. Inclusion of people with disabilities is a crucial aspect of promoting...
I apologize that your statement was cut off.
Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Environment of Jordan. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mamadou Samaki, Minister of Environment and Sanitation of Mali.
Monsieur le Président, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, le Mali est pleinement engagé dans l'atteinte des objectifs de développement durable. Mais force est de reconnaître que le pays est confronté à un certain nombre de défis, et parmi lesquels la lutte contre le terrorisme. Dans une grande partie du pays, qui a entraîné une dégradation de l'offre et de la demande des services. Le gouvernement de la République du Mali s'appuie sur un plan d'action humanitaire et sur des plans de contingence multirisques pour leur offrir un ensemble de services à court, moyen et long terme. Le gouvernement de la République du Mali, avec l'appui de ses partenaires et des acteurs locaux, s'est également attaqué aux causes profondes du conflit en tentant de résorber les discriminations et les inégalités dans les communautés. Aussi, en vue de faire face à cette situation de façon durable, le Mali s'est engagé dans les concepts de la sécurité climatique pour renforcer la résilience des populations face aux chocs multiples et accélérer la réalisation des ODD. Autonomiser les jeunes, les femmes, à fournir des voies alternatives et à renforcer les capacités infranationales de développement socio-économique. Nous demandons également aux pays développés de diligenter la mise à disposition des promesses et accélérer les financements de mise en œuvre des ODD. Je voudrais par la même occasion vous annoncer que le Mali abritera du 6 au 10 octobre 2023 un forum régional sur la sécurité climatique pour accélérer la mobilisation des financements. Je vous remercie pour votre aimable attention. Merci.
I thank the Minister of Environment and Sanitation of Mali, and now I give the floor to His Excellency Franz Tattenbach-Capra, Minister of Environment and Energy of Costa Rica. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Muchas gracias, Excelencias, damas y caballeros. Para Costa Rica, la resiliencia es sinónimo de un tejido social fuerte, sostenible e inclusivo. Tenemos un total compromiso con los ODS. No es casualidad que seamos el primer país del mundo en establecer una estrategia de metas nacionales de los ODS. Una hoja de ruta para generar progreso y bienestar, sociedades pacíficas e instituciones eficaces y transparentes. En primer lugar, en Costa Rica aprovechamos la inteligencia artificial, los sistemas de información interconectados y las plataformas de generación de datos. En ese sentido, fortalecimos el Sistema Nacional de Información del Registro Único de Beneficiados del Estado, el cual nos permite tomar decisiones informadas en materia de protección social desde un enfoque multidimensional. No se puede medir lo que no se ve. En segundo lugar, Costa Rica es fundamental que el desarrollo no se concentre exclusivamente en las zonas urbanas. Contamos con una estrategia de localización de la Agenda 2030 para llevar la inversión, así como las oportunidades de empleo y educación a todas las regiones del país. Para ello es clave la protección y conservación y el manejo de la biodiversidad, tanto la terrestre, la costera como la marina, con una visión sectorial integrada, por lo que estamos comprometidos a robustecer y gestionar la meta 3030 en nuestro país. En tercer lugar, hemos fortalecido el Sistema Nacional de Cuidados, que capacita a las mujeres en áreas de alta demanda laboral como las carreras STEM y les provee de acceso y recursos y financiamiento para proyectos agroproductivos. Asimismo, generamos un plan, el Plan Nacional de Acción sobre Igualdad de Género y Acción Climática. Empoderar a las mujeres es imprescindible para el cumplimiento de todos y cada uno de los ODS. Pero todo esto requiere reforzar y equilibrar las alianzas estratégicas. El financiamiento al desarrollo no puede olvidar al 70% de la población mundial que habita en los países de renta media, como Costa Rica. La inclusión y el empoderamiento efectivo de esta población, la más joven de la historia, es crucial. Muchas gracias.
I thank the Minister of Environment and Energy of Costa Rica. I now give the floor to His Excellency Ian Borg, Minister for Foreign and European Affairs and Trade of the Republic of Malta.
Thank you. Excellencies, it's an honor to attend the summit to accelerate actions on SDG implementation. The implementation of the 2030 Agenda is not just a global reporting exercise, but more importantly, is based on how we respond to the needs of our citizens. Ultimately, it's all about how we work together for the common well-being and ensure that no one is left behind. The balance sheet in global SDG implementation indicates that more work needs to be done. The importance of implementing the 2030 Agenda is felt now more than ever before in order to strengthen our resilience from external shocks, whether the pandemic, energy and food security, or environmental degradation. Responding to this situation, beyond the immediate response measures, requires us to achieve long-term commitments that encompass all three principles of sustainable development. Notwithstanding the current challenges, there are countless opportunities for further investments and innovation, new partnerships and international cooperation, as well as new strategies and policies, leading up to an improved socio-economic development and environmental conservation for all. This requires rapid and far-reaching changes across all levels. In my own country, Malta, SDG implementation on the ground is reflected in improvements, though experience shows that the cross-cutting nature of the SDGs still poses coordination challenges at different levels. Strengthening existing mechanisms and establishing clear mandates for coordination including the broad engagement of civil society and other key stakeholders, is key. Malta's commitment is unrelenting. Our Sustainable Development Act enshrines this commitment and also mainstreams the principles of sustainability across all government. Our new Sustainable Development Strategy for 2050 will drive forward our ambition of working together towards achieving a healthy and resilient environment, economy, and society for all, while bestowing our future generations a country which is in better shape than the one we inherited. Malta is committed to move towards a carbon-neutral economy by 2050 by accelerating efforts to improve energy efficiency and infrastructure, increase investments for the deployment of renewable energy, more sustainable and greener spaces, and the reduction in transport sector's carbon footprint. Such a growth model can only be achieved through a fair and just society which values each individual. Malta will continue to promote social inclusion, mobility, and poverty reduction to ensure a better quality of life to our citizens. Excellencies, in conclusion,
I apologize that your statement was cut off. European Affairs and Trade of the Republic of Malta. And now I give the floor to Her Excellency Penelope Backless-Robinson, Minister of Planning and Development.
Moderators, Excellencies, we are at half-time. At this midpoint, the real prospects of developing countries to achieve sustainable development by 2030 appear bleak in face of climate change, multiple crises, and global instability. In the prevailing circumstances, the SDGs are even more crucial now as the 2030 Agenda remains the global blueprint to ensure that no one is left behind. The government of Trinidad and Tobago has committed itself towards the full and effective implementation of this blueprint for the benefit of all our peoples, a commitment that remains resolutely embedded in our National Development Strategy, Vision 2030. Underpinned by a whole-of-society approach, Vision 2030 places focus on eradicating poverty and inequality by ensuring that all citizens, especially women, children, and youth, have opportunities to learn, grow, and prosper, and to meaningfully contribute to our national development. The government continues to lay the foundation for transformative action towards a more resilient future, guided by an enabling environment to mainstream innovative and technology-driven solutions in areas of education, health, energy, and infrastructure. We have established a Ministry of Digital Transformation to accelerate our national strategy towards building a digital society that is people-centered and knowledge-based. Our education system now incorporates virtual learning from preschool to university, and efforts are ongoing to ensure that no student, especially those from rural and low-income communities, are disadvantaged due to the lack of access to devices or internet connectivity. Despite significant progress in these areas, for small island developing states like Trinidad and Tobago, we remain trapped in a maze of compound risks and exogenous shocks. It is our hope that the elaboration of a new global development framework for SIDS at the 4th International Conference next year will concretely and definitely address our needs and priorities, reinforce resilience, and guide long-lasting development progress for SIDS. We are at half-time, and we need a very strong, determined, and highly motivated second half. The government of Trinidad and Tobago will join the international community in this common endeavor. It is our collective ingenuity, willingness, and action that will bring us back on course, building a world that is resilient and more prosperous for present and future generations. We will not relent. We will not give up. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Planning and Development of Trinidad and Tobago. And now I give the floor to His Excellency Abdelhak Saihi, Minister of Health of Algeria.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيد رئيس الجلسة،
السيدات والسادة الحضور، إن اعتماد مقاربة شاملة للتكفل بمجموع أهداف التنمية الشاملة الواردة في 17 هدفاً كنا ننتظر إليه وننظر إليه أنه في تاريخ الأمم بسيط جداً وقصير جداً بأجندة 2030. لذلك اعتمدت الجزائر مقاربة على وجهين. الوجه الأول وهي المرحلة الأولى التي بدأ فيها المشروع 2015-2022، حيث خصصت الجزائر أكثر من 3 مليار و500 مليون دولار أمريكي للتكفل بالحاجيات في المناطق التي ذات أولوية. وقد اعتمدنا في ذلك على مقاربة شاملة اعتمدت بالخصوص على مقاربة تشاركية مع المنتخبين المحليين والمجتمع المدني والشباب. كانت هذه هي المرحلة الأولى والتي عرفت فيها الجزائر أكثر من 36 مشروع تم تنفيذه على أرضية الواقع. فيما يخص المرحلة الثانية وهي مرحلة 2022-2030 وهي المرحلة الحاسمة للوصول إلى مجموع الأهداف، وقد اعتمدنا في ذلك أيضا على نفس المنهجية المعتمدة بالخصوص في مسألة المشاركة مع المنتخبين ومع المجتمع المدني ومع الشباب. سيتم أيضا مس كل المجتمع الجزائري للاستفادة من مجموع المشاريع التي يتم تنفيذها وفق 17 هدفا. إن هذه الخطة التي اعتمدت أعطت في تقييمها الأول نتائج ملموسة على أرضية الواقع. كما أننا في نفس الإطار نحيي خطة السيد الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة والتي تعتمد بالخصوص بتحفيز أهداف التنمية الشاملة والمستدامة، وذلك كإطار عمل مرجعي للتكفل بالانشغالات المواطنين والتكفل أيضا ب17 هدف الذي حددته الجزائر في برنامج كان الأول في المرحلة الأولى 2015 2022 و 2022 2030. شكرا لكم سيادة الرئيس.
I thank the Minister of Health of Algeria, and now I give the floor to His Excellency Park Yin, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, co-chairs, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. We, the international community, are halfway through the 2030 timeline of meeting the SDGs. Sadly, there are warning signs that we are much more than halfway away from reaching the SDGs. Every week brings startling reminders that achieving sustainable development around the world is fraught with more difficulties than we had thought. The unspeakable devastation caused by the earthquake in Morocco and the flooding in Libya are the latest examples. The SDGs are literally on life support. It is beyond high time to translate our words into real actions. I would like to highlight 3 points that should be central to such efforts. First, we need to collectively invest more for each and every one of the 17 goals. The annual SDG funding gap has risen from $2.5 trillion before COVID to $4.2 trillion. Korea is aspiring to become a global pivotal state that contributes to freedom, peace, and prosperity around the world. As such, Korea is committed to shouldering greater roles and responsibilities. For example, Korea increased its development budget by 21.3% this year. We are aiming for an even greater increase for next year. In particular, our core contribution to the UN development system will experience an unprecedented upscale from current levels. This upward trajectory will continue throughout the Yoon Suk-yeol administration. Second, We must help enable the world's youth to unleash their potential and shape the future. Korea was able to rebuild from the ashes of the war because we invested in our youth. Although we were poor, primary and the secondary education were free. This served as a key driving force for Korea's development. Korea will leverage its know-how on helping children have unlimited access to quality education. Third, tapping into the potential of digital technologies is critical, for it can accelerate the achievement of the SDGs. New technologies like AI should be harnessed to maximizing the freedom and welfare of humanity. Korea is fully committed to narrowing the digital divide through cooperation with diverse stakeholders, including the UN. Korea is fully ready to work hand in hand with its partners in the pursuit of our shared quest towards the 2030 agenda. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. I now give the floor to Mr. Filippo Grandi, United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees.
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting UNHCR, and much has been said already, so I'll just add a few points from our perspective. One, by the way, of an organization dealing with many people left behind. President Petro spoke earlier about millions on the move and saying, and I subscribe fully, that that's an indicator of how the SDGs are or not, are functioning or not functioning rather. Last week, I was in Chad, a country that is facing extraordinary development, climatic, and other challenges. Since April, its refugee population, already very large, was increased by more than 400,000 Sudanese refugees, part of a displacement which is up to 5 million people because of the conflict that is prevailing in that country. 400,000 refugees from Sudan into one of the poorest areas of Chad, a country with few resources. A very eloquent example of how a new crisis can compound old ones and create a lethal mix that stunts development, blocks progress towards the SDGs, and leaves even more people behind. So to prevent this, which is the purpose of this discussion, we must improve responses. Too often, refugees, which are an indicator, if you wish, of this situation, receive humanitarian assistance, but the lack of further investments condemns them and their host communities to misery, setting back the development agenda. And we see this in so many places in the world. It's important to take stock of these failures. There's much talk about nexus between humanitarian and development. We won't achieve it unless we move development and the pursuit of the SDGs to a much needed faster track, at least in situations of crisis and post-conflict, unless we really embark on what we call now emergency development during the crisis itself. I was in Chad with the World Bank, and I want to commend the World Bank for taking there on the spot very significant investment in, or pledging investments in key areas of development. And we're working with them and other IFIs and development agencies and the private sector in mobilizing different resources in crisis to make responses sustainable. This is, of course, still small, focused on a number of situations, but if emergency development gets scaled up, thank you very much.
I thank the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. I now give the floor to Ms. Victoria Taluk Koppers, Executive Director of the Indigenous Peoples International Center for Policy Research and Education.
for inviting me to speak in this dialogue. I also thank the states who have consistently supported the participation of major groups and indigenous peoples in the SDG processes. We regret that the newly adopted political declaration is not strong enough in terms of affirming the human rights-based approach in achieving the SDGs. Indigenous peoples and other major groups and stakeholders have reiterated time and again that the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights for all is a key foundation for achieving the SDGs. There is no doubt in our minds that the most effective ways of going beyond the pathetic 15% that has been achieved so far is through this. If we are to be sincere in our efforts to leave no one behind and undertaking transformative action, the human rights-based approach is key. Hunger and poverty in indigenous territories can be overcome if our rights to own, manage, and control our lands, territories, waters, and resources are protected. Indigenous peoples' territories are still being devastated, and we are displaced in the name of conservation and mega infrastructure projects. Evidences show that 50% of the world's biodiversity in tropical forests are found in our territories, and these forests are crucial for climate change mitigation and clean water. It is important that we persist our traditional knowledge and customary governance in managing our lands, waters, and territories. Additionally, our indigenous cultures, values, and spirituality, which compel us to live in harmony with nature, should be further enhanced and supported and transmitted to the young. I would like to present some recommendations that we have reiterated also in previous processes. First, we call on states to recognize the identities and rights of indigenous peoples as affirmed in the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Many states in Asia and Africa still deny the identities of indigenous peoples. The human rights-based approach should be at the core of the implementation of the SDGs. Two, part of the human rights-based approach is to obtain the free, prior, informed consent of indigenous peoples when policies and developments are developed. We call on states to stop the criminalization and extrajudicial killings of indigenous leaders and activists and other environmental defenders. We support the call to reform the international financial system and also the trading system to ensure better equity. Finally, we call on states to consider indigenous peoples and other major groups in planning for the summit of the future. Thank you very much.
I thank the Executive Director of the Indigenous Peoples International Center for Policy Research and Education. I now give the floor to the last speaker of this dialogue, Mr. Martin Changong, Secretary General of the Inter-Parliamentary Union.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, for giving me this opportunity to bring the parliamentary perspective to our discussions as we review progress or lack of progress in the implementation of the SDGs. And as the Secretary General of the Global Organization of Parliaments, an organization dedicated to the promotion of democracy worldwide in all its dimensions, including peace and sustainable development, let me argue that one of the key reasons why the SDGs are off track has to do with the deterioration of politics nationally and globally. It is not that politicians and decision makers don't know what to do, or that in a global economy of 100 trillion, resources are lacking. We need a new politics and ultimately a new contract between leaders and decision makers on the one hand and their people on the other. A new contract that expands the political horizon so that the decisions are made with clearly in focus. What is good for my people as a whole, regardless of distinctions of income, race, gender, geography, and so forth. We need political systems that are inherently less confrontational, more immune to undue pressure from private interests, and better equipped for dialogue and compromise between political arms to restore dialogue and bring people together at all levels, not just within governments, but across all of society. Given that parliaments are meant to mirror and represent all of society, they can and must offer such a framework that ensures no one is left behind. To this effect, my organization, the Interparliamentary Union, is investing considerable financial and political capital in helping parliaments become more open, more transparent, more representative, particularly of women, youth, and other marginalized groups. We're strengthening parliaments, building their oversight capacities, the budgetary roles, in order for them to more effectively engage with the SDGs, with a focus on inclusivity and representation. Change is possible. We just need to muster political will. The IPU is committed to that mantra and to mobilizing parliaments and MPs.
I thank the Secretary General of the Interparliamentary Union. We have heard the last speaker in Leaders Dialogue 2 on building resilience and leaving no one behind. On behalf of my co-moderator and myself, I wish to take this opportunity to thank all participants for their forward-looking and results-oriented interventions. We have thus concluded Leaders Dialogue 2, and I thank the interpreters for having granted extra time to conclude this dialogue. The forum will continue this afternoon at 3 p.m. sharp in this chamber with Leaders Dialogue 3 on game changers, applying science, technology, innovation, and data for transformative action. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you very much.